Alrighty, welcome back. Guess we'll leave that as a separate video. Yeah, we'll leave that as a separate video. Welcome back, welcome back. It's time to get training. It's time to get to work. Okay. Oh, the gremlin. What? Hold on, do I got? Hold on, hold on, hold up. Don't I have another character that's really close to star? Oh, crap, wrong one. To starring up. Holy Jesus! Like, just straight up went to the wrong character right away. Holy. Okay, we don't need that many of them. 29. I don't know, bro. I didn't do the math, but I'm gonna try. I would turn a 1974 Gremlin into a drag monster because the engine bay is so big, it leaves so much room, and it's such a short wheelbase that that thing will take off. Put some big, put some big slicks on the back. Oh, shit. It's funny. Oh man, we won one race. You know what? Those guys, okay? Let's oh no. Okay. Wait, they didn't give us any okay, no. Oh, well, I guess I got that from the what you call it yesterday. I didn't use those yesterday. I got him and didn't use him. She's not a 2 star. Oh, it's just 2 star guaranteed. Let me see about that. No, not that. Yes, this. Go down, 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 down. Wait a second. It says 2 star guaranteed, but all of them are three. You know what? So it's 2 or 3 star. It just wait. They're all three. Why does it say 2 star guaranteed? If all it features is 3 star characters, where are the feature 2 stars? Why not? Why not? Right? Long shot. Gold. Ball. Oh, his dad loves it. The gremlin has come home. Yes. Nope. Not that. Nope. No, wait. Why did it move? Send me back. Wait, did it go away? I had 2 tickets. Bro, I had 2 tickets. What the okay. All right, what we get? Nice nature. Okay, I can use that. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. We get to upgrade our nice nature. I'll take it. We can get nice nature for no reason. Upgrade it. I mean, not no reason. We need to do that. Dang. The gremlin got power, bro. What the crap? The gremlins did a stand and burn it, bro. What the okay. Okay. Here's my plan. Here's my plan. Here's my plan, guys. I want to get so we see Falcon, right? So how we got this Falcon from here to here, right here. This is what I want to do with Kita-san. So yeah, let's do that today. So I can have two front runners. What was my setup? Okay. Slipstream, ramp up, we can use. Okay. This might be all right. This should push me over the 1 million mark with fans too, so we should be done with that. I hate allergies. Ah! What's the allergy doctor called? Uh, what's the allergy doctor called? The allergist? I need to make an appointment with an allergist, I guess. I'm tired of this. I need allergy that don't have I need allergy medication that doesn't have antihistamines in it. Come on, give me the thing. Give me Charmin. Ooh, cool. So annoying. Ta-da. Fido, 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 fido. Yeah. Do. Yeah. He did it. He did it. You left on the line. So now. So Tony. It's now. We don't need it all. So do you do? So did I do? Did I do? Turtle the Gremlin. We are turtling the Gremlin. Ugh. He designs my Gremlin. That's why I don't give her water after dark. Kind of like my kid, because I know what happens when you give kids after you give kids drink after 8 o'clock. You know what happens. They are literal gremlins. They will spend the next 5 hours talking about I'm thirsty, I'm thirsty, I'm thirsty until they pee on themselves in the bed. So yes, you learned that lesson, huh? He learned to put on safety glasses when he's disconnecting a fuel line. He learned the hard way, as as Tom usually does. Yeah, the common sense thing. You're gonna work in the garage. Wear safety glasses, especially if you're gonna be under a car, because all kinds of things get caught up under cars. They rust from the bottom, the salt from if it snows, that gets caked under there with rust and dirt and all kinds of rocks and stuff. Fall right in your eyeball. You be down there, ah! Ah! Something's not right. Ah! Wait, why is that speed so high? Hey, 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 Charming. Bet. Double bet. All right, we got to go first. Let me shut up. Yeah, let's keep rolling. All right, all right, all right, all right. Oh, 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 oh. Full skills, charming. My whole skill list is I'm charming. That's it. That's like the worst spawn RNG ever. Just imagine you're born and the only thing you're good at is being charming to people. Worst spawn RNG. I don't even think anybody would argue with you either. They would just be like, nope, yeah, nah, you got it. Mm-mm. Okay, I do need to heal one time. Come on, give me a good one. Okay, never mind then. Wait, we got over 400 speed already. Nice. Got 430. So we can get. Can we get over five? We can get over 500 speed before we leave our junior year. Exactly. Ooh, I want to do it so bad, but I don't want to do it because I don't want to mess up this run. Oh, that sucks. That's not much better. Not gonna lie. All right. Were those fans? Ah! Or they the roller coaster part? Oh yeah. Don't forget this. I love that beat. I love the band, bro. Who is that? What band is that? That can't be their own personal band, right? That's doing all these songs. Like this has to come from different artists, or at least inspired by different artists, right? Did I get skin? No, I didn't. I think I didn't get skin outbreak, did I? No. Okay. It didn't give me infirmary. I didn't think so. Mr. CB. That just don't look right. Try and get all the skills in we can that aren't related to distance. Yet. Oh, okay, okay. Queen's Cup. Ooh. Then go in with that one. Go in. Go in. Always make it to the end. Oops. Okay. Oh man. Ow. I need, you know what? Tomorrow I'm gonna get me some of that uh, cherry throat spray that I usually get whenever the seasons change. It's that time. All right, all right. Medium corners, nice. So now we got medium straightaways, medium corners, front runner straightaways. I don't think we have front runner corners yet. Yes. All right, cool. Get that, get that for sure. Okay. Whew. You know what? We'll take the chance. Because we got two good races coming up. She'll be able to, I'll be able to make that up with this and this and this and then that. Speed level 3 now. Cool. Mm. I need speed. I need to get speed as high as I can level wise. I need to get power as high as I can level wise and width Those are the three I'm looking for. And we got Gold Spark. So excellent. Gold Spark it. Left-handed. I got left-handed too. But we got standard distance as well, so that's good. All right. Look at these vitamins. Oh, we got so much stuff. Oh my gosh, bro. Look at this. Okay. We need to do a race. Okay. Oh, we got front run. We got double corners and double straightaways. Glittering star got the max hints already. Dude. Let's go. Or level 4 hints at least. 690 before the first summer. Mm. If only I could build a whip that way. mean, it works. Let's see. Uh, another. Sorry.
This is everything that needs to be done to drive turbocharged Mr. Grant. I got a valve car plate, turbo pipe, I got a brace to the chassis, throttle linkage, fuel line regulator, charge pipe with a bar fitting, and a wastegate, oil feed line, oil return line. I got a wire up to hook up an HEI, the fab up a quick down pipe, finish studding the head, and install fuse. That's the AMRG.
There's mile tracks.
Not a crazy downward angle, but it is a downward angle. I bought this steel braided line for I actually looked at it in the world. Turn up looking for about right. That's fine. Oil pressure port, looks bad. Oil feed and oil drain. I feel like I figured out when it's going to install finish that and everything else. Here I have a small block, block of plate, which actually fits this motor perfectly. So I will be modifying it into an oil return line hole. 13/16, all fit. I'll put it, I can smell it. Oh, this is drill bit. Only the cheapest drill bit money can buy. Come on, I'm ready for you, Jack. Try to break my wrist, buddy. Hoist it for you. That's what I'm talking about there. And stainless steel bung, the wheel to it. That's pretty damn close to gonna work for it now. Badass, buddy. Everything about this car is badass. Next carburetor, of course, next to our great friends over at Holly. This bad boy is gonna go about feet, something. Basically, carburetor has some way, somewhere above and in front of the turbo. It's fabricate a tube with a plate on it, so the car will hold the plate. I'm going to use the gasket as a template. Make it a little bigger than the gasket. I'm going to use my eyeball to get this. That's going to be cut out. There. And I'm going to cut down. I'm going to use yeah.
Why not do that? I ain't gonna need the energy. Why not do that?
bit shorter. Land it down and it's possible. It's the right. That's the problem. We have versus screen. We can get through this like careful like this, but also make it itch. Or make that. That will do. And the truth will down and survivor guy. Yeah, it's gonna look bad. This player on the inside, but not on any back end. All right, well, not worried for the other squad. Yeah, got one there. I've got an extension for the elbow, and the turbo. I'm welding this on so that the boot actually has a flat piece to grab instead of just trying to grab an angle and popping off all the time. So this should work. I'm kind of assuming my height is going to be just fine because I've done about all I can do. Now I'm going to weld along the edge of this pipe to create a bit of bevel instead of moving it to the top of about it. Let's go for a quick test fit to see where this all kind of goes. Sneak a little inlet pipe here, and it's still picking up the carburetor. Oh, you know what? I bet you we can work with that. It's mighty close, but I bet we can work with it. We test fitted, and I have a
Nice.
angle at which
All
carburetor
right. Let's see what happens. All right, fine. Y'all forcing my hand. I should have used a Guri cap as a parent because she gets Nakayama sometimes twice in a run, or every time. I can't remember. Falcon make an appearance. Say hi, Falcon, please. Bring me a visit? Maybe. 19 speed. We got 915 speed already, bro. Maybe I can run one speed card or just two with her. Run two wit, two power. No, three wit, two power, one speed. I feel like that would work with her because she gets 20% the speed and 10% the stamina, right?
Badass. I can't wait to see it myself, but I'm gonna have to give it 7 days. So think every time I want to drive my race car, I've got the same two choices. Either I go to the racetrack that I've been to for the same 6 years, or I race everything somewhere I should. And both of those kind of suck. But then I saw this online. Alien feature people with partner. Meet Easy. As a partner. With British Finder, you can go for another majority. We hope you find professional travelers who won't treat your home like an Airbnb. So, get better guests and less stress in British Finder. A full, empty city. No traffic, no people, no rules. Just all those numbers. And instantly, I knew I had to find this place. Because if it was real, that means I could do whatever I want. It's like playing a video game with following one structured story versus the free play. Like loading into an open world, doing whatever. Thanks, whatever. But before I could actually do that, like, so I started digging, looking through old clips, messaging people, crossing reference to anything I could find, trying to even figure out what to see. Yeah, and that's important. The most useful and but eventually I found it. Well, at least I tried. So instead of guessing, I decided to drive down there myself. So my plan is simple. If this place is real, I'm gonna be bringing all of my friends here to actually drive with me. And actually trying to keep my own spot where we can all drive together. Like Like a man in I mean, he's like a toxic waste. Hey, I gotta go and look at it. Don't get too close. Supposed to be there. And that's my thinking. This place is perfect. Because normally I'm stuck driving in the same lines over and over again. But here I could go anywhere I wanted. Any road, any turn, any direction. Sorry, this is so weird.
Perfect place to set up a music, or not a music video, but perfect place to set up a driving video.
I decided to ask a couple more friends to see if they wanted to join us. So we headed over to ABS
Speed
to
training.
drive a little bit. And probably 100. Well, so the minute we get to the track, there's a car right here. Literally looked over. I didn't even realize what I was looking at, but this was it. Holy crap. Look at that. I caved in. That's why we run cages. Like, look how this part is good, right? See how, like, right here? Well, like, that is down. That's exactly why we have cages on our car. Damn. That's crazy. I think my car to make sure everything was solid. It really reminded me why I wanted to go to this place so bad. At the track, everything is controlled. You have to pay to get in, you have to wait in lines. It's the same direction, same lines, same corners, it never changes. It's literally so repetitive. But it's been the same for the last 6 years. Now, when you want to go there to try to learn new things and go a little bit crazy, you could definitely do that. And you could definitely push it pretty hard, like this guy did. And he still ended up unscathed in a first car. But for me, I feel like I've hit my limit with what I wanted to do at the track. And I wanted something a little bit different, like the event. Real fell off. Bro, I come to a track a lot. I don't see that happen very often. But that was freaking gnarly. Now, one thing that's really good about the track is that you're at a place where all the people are trying to do the same thing. You can ask for help, you can lead drive with other people, get in their car, and it's completely legal. So one thing I can say about the track is that it's really good to know how to communicate with each other. Like doing a hot lap, good to go, not good. You know, don't go on track. Almost like when you drive on the street and you have like your blinker and you have your horn. But sadly for me, my horn doesn't work. And that's why today we're going to be working the horn blasters to give you a new PA system and my a new train horn. So instead of just putting a normal horn on my 240, I decided to do something a little bit different. And Horn Blaster sent me a PA system for my car. So instead of just honking at someone, I can physically just yell at them. Yeah. Horn Blaster has train horns, mariachi horns, regular horns, PA systems, literally whatever type of horn you want. They probably have it. And now to show you how crazy it can get, they actually got me something for my Cybertruck. They got the conductor special for the Cybertruck. We have an entire train horn set up, and it is so loud. You can use your horn blasters for anything. If that's letting people know that the light's green, or even just scaring people. I'm just suggesting it works pretty well, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't want to hear it. Yeah, I don't. Oh my God. Well, I get your horn blasters today. So I called up all my friends and we headed to the abandoned city.
I don't want stamina application.
Way earlier than everybody else, and I got to explore the abandoned city. I think you've been abandoned for a long time. The first thing that caught my eye was how big this place was. It was massive. One on
Cool,
floor
boy. Let's go. And we got the tool. We got the right tools. The highest training percentage plus power training. Let's go. It's looking real good, boys. It's looking real, real good. 1,000 speed. Moves great. Give me the energy, man. Nope, no, no.
Your roof looks like just wood and then you're through. This is insane. Holy crap. It goes off.
They built a fake city. That's what it is. That's when he discovered one of the fake towns. Well, what happened is so sometimes what happens in America is they will start development towns or development areas, right? But then if that company that's developing that area goes under before it's fully completed, then they'll abandon it and give everybody the money back to move out. So then you get a whole entire town basically of just empty houses that are rotting away if nobody else takes over the lease. It's pretty cool if you like to drive. I found a couple of these places myself. There's a few out here in North Carolina. They're not as big as this one I'm seeing right now, but on YouTube. But this is yeah, I found my own. They're pretty fun. How you like me now? Second? Why second? I would get second. By 7 links.
Especially the ones that make empanadas. Tax Act. Let's get them over with.
Just happened. I still got more stamina than she does. How'd you catch me? Got nowhere near the power or speed or wit.
To kind of check out the place a little more further. I know this street goes a lot further than it looks, and so I think it would be good just to park a little bit further deeper in and drop off our stuff somewhere, find a better place to kind of set up. It is bumpy here. Whoa. That looks pretty good. That was
Oh,
driving around the entire city.
yeah, sorry, homie. Hey, I ain't trying to get that the NHK anyway. Skipping this race. Skipping that one. 1100 speed before the summer. Yeah, I think I have too many speed cards for this build. I don't, or for this deck. I don't know, man. It's hard to tell sometimes. Like you could run 3 speed cards, and by this point, you only have 800 speed. but then you run 3 speed cards, and sometimes you end up with 1100 speed by this point. Like it's such a big gap. It's kind of annoying actually, because I use the same speed cards all the time. Right? I literally use the same 2 speed cards with the same borrow all the time. It's so weird. The variance, like, and it's so inconsistent. I don't know if that's just me or if that's just the RNG of the game. The chance of, you know what I'm saying, everybody just moving around randomly and landing in these specific spots. 1162.
Example of doing something in a place where you're not bothering anybody. He could be doing this on the side of an Amazon building. Nah, he's going to an abandoned city and he's practicing there. We decided to go on our way. All right, maybe
Oh, crap. Oh, man. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. This happens every time the season changes. I get these like weird colds, but they're not like colds. You know what I mean? But they're like allergy. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it. It's like an allergy cold. I don't know how to explain it. It feels like it gives you the cold, but it's really just your allergies really messing with you. The pressure. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. I don't know why I keep coughing. Ugh.
means that I can't crash it because otherwise it's stuck. And that's why I like it the most. I want to be consistent, I want to be good, and I want to have as much fun as possible while also driving the car I built around everywhere instead of trailing me around and driving this big old candy old thing that no one really wants to drive. So yeah, that's kind of how I treat this thing, and I love it. It's my daily driver, my grocery getter. It'll forever and always be that. So once Nate arrived and his buddy, I decided that we should wait for everyone to arrive before I started going crazy. There are so many more people pulling up here than I thought there were. We've got like I don't know, probably like 7 cars that are about to pull up and fully be driving. We have 6 full drivers here, which is I think is going to be absolutely crazy. But everyone that I was expecting, I'm trying to bring the spot out. Just trying to keep it. Dude, the first lap was freaking crazy, way faster than I thought it was actually going to be. But we're going to go out again. Try not to hit in the holes or hit anybody because everybody keeps pulling out in front of me, which is crazy. Damn, it's about to get rowdy now. So once everybody got their cars unloaded, prepped, and ready to go,
Perfect.
start.
I wish my I wish my um Marvelous Sunday hadn't been so stubborn on training where she needed to be earlier in our career. She took the whole classic year, right? She took the whole classic year until literally right here to finally go somewhere where she can get trained. She kept going to guts and stamina, guts and stamina, guts and stamina all that year. So that's why my power is like this and not. closer to this. It should be at like 1,062 right now. Look at my whip. That's like the fifth time this week I don't seen that. Oh, dang it.
Didn't really want to hit. Well, one of my friends decided to go crazy and just absolutely drive everywhere. Yeah, he went off the road and decided just to go everywhere and hit the pile of trash. That's when it hit me. You could do whatever you wanted here. No same old route. You could go off the beaten path and do whatever you wanted. That's what this place was for. Our own little private racetrack. We could just pull up to and drive and enjoy ourselves. You see the bumper gun? Bro, this is like way better than I thought I could ever be. Coming to a place that is abandoned like this, just driving through everything is insane. Bro, oh my god, this place is so cool. Oh, I love it here. I literally keep calling home. I literally want to build a shed and live here. The city's already started. We already got a mechanic shop here, BMW shop only. Because the cars are going to break.
I let it rip like a motherfucking blade blade. Hey, let's go. And we going off the top like AKs. Ha, let it rip like a Beyblade. Let's go get it, let's go get it, let's go get it like we made it. Ha.
Following anything but what I wanted to do. No layout, no rules, no waiting. Just an empty city, whatever line, one take. All right, so being at a place like this is just like you find treasure where people leave their trash, and for people like me, I think something like this is like it's so awesome. Like we spent so much time here just chilling, not bothering anybody. The only kids were bothered us. We had the best time. Like I literally stay here forever. I feel like I'm at home. It's the weirdest thing ever. Like an abandoned place that's all messed up, bro. I don't whatever it is. I feel like for them curves, like I love that feeling. Like that gets me adrenaline more than anything else. Like on mountaintop, you're gonna die. This it's like is it on fire? With the cost of diesel these days soaring up, the only economical, practical thing to do, we're all buying land speed motorcycles and making them straight legal. Come on, I just bought one. Retro drive it home. $5. Today, three different.
Let's see.
Let me do that. I'm a star of your team. Check out my game day trip.
Yo, that's okay. I like this new Allstate commercial. Yo, check out my drill. Check out the drill. Your shit busting. Don't slip. Don't be rushing.
Strong win. Another athlete such as Tate Taylor and Yao Yao rated 10-second well, albeit with slightly illegal tailwinds. The amount of high schoolers breaking 10 seconds is genuinely a generational shift, showcasing that speed is officially reaching another level, high schools. But in 2026, we are quickly seeing that more and more athletes are breaking this barrier. In this year's Miramar Invitational, we saw Tate Taylor throw down a 9.9 and 5, breaking 10 seconds yet again, and yes, while the win was slightly over the allowable, he still competed all the way to the line. Pros. It is truly amazing to see how many athletes are capable of breaking 10. However, there is also another very special athlete, mainly from Texas, that just keeps proving that he is already reaching historic levels of speed. Incredibly, he is only 16 years old. This is Dylan Mitchell. What he's doing in 2026 really should not be possible. For this year's indoor season, he already ran a time of 6.59, which is an age group world record for 60 dash. But in the 100 meters, this man has already broken 10 seconds, not just once in 2026, but twice. Earlier this season, he ran a wind-aided 9.8.
That's good. That's good. I just see you see the trainings. I wanted these two to be level 5 and this one to be level 4. See, that's what I found out is super important about this particular track blazer. With track blazer, this is what I found out is really important. The skills that you need, the training skills you want to be high, you have to be able to buy the applications to level them up because training them individually, you're not going to be able to do it unless you skip a bunch of G1s and G2s and rival races, essentially. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get the three that I need high because I know if I can get these three high, look at the stem. It's already going to be high because of the parents that I gave her. Speed's max, power is getting there, and wit is just low. Unfortunately, this run. This is how it goes sometimes. Sometimes I'll have 800 wit by here, and sometimes it'll be like this. I have 700. It just happens. It's unfortunate, but mostly it's because those wit hits come on turns like this, where I got to race, or where I want to race. I don't have to race. I don't have to do any race really. Now I can just honestly, I could just train all the way to the end of the career. But I'm afraid that if I do that, one, I won't get I won't get the race the what you call it, the race cleats. I won't get the cleats in the store that I need. Now that may be preset, per run it may randomly I don't know how it does it. I don't know if it randomly generates when it's gonna drop these items before you even start the career or it changes throughout the career based on how you train. I'm not really sure. With these days, there's no telling. They could have a generative AI in here that's making the decisions on what you get in the store, where they land, how often, the chance of them moving. If you use the whistle, I don't know what the chance of them moving is. Like it's a lot. It's a lot it can do. Speaking of AI, have y'all seen those Chinese robots do they did a new in January they did a expo, and the robots were out there with no controllers, nobody telling them what to do, and they did their own performance. It's pretty cool.
Some are speculating that placing in the top three is very much a possibility. But this can happen. This would mean that an athlete would be able to qualify to the World Championships or the Olympic Games during those seasons. And unfortunately, 2026 does not have a World Championship or an Olympic Games, whereas the Ultimate Championship, but I'm not sure exactly how that qualification goes. So the real question is, can a high schooler actually place in the top three in one of the most competitive events in the United States? And if they can, what exactly would that look like? Right now in the U.S., there is so much talent that continues to rise to the top of the 100. There's Noah Lyles, there's Kenny Bednarek, there's Courtney Lindsay, and of course, there are many other collegiate and high schools that continue to impress, such as Tamara McCollum, Tate Taylor, and Christian Miller. No matter what happens, an athlete will have to break 10 seconds in order to make it to the championship team for the United States. That's just the standard right now, no question. In fact, in 2025, you needed to run a time well under 9.85 just to qualify.
Okay.
For an athlete such as Dylan Mitchell, there is the possibility he could qualify quite far into the U.S. Championships. But as far as making the team goes, that does seem to be a little bit too far beyond his reach right now. But for an athlete like Tate Taylor, who just almost hawked down Courtney Lindsay in the 4x1, there's a possibility that he could find his way onto a U.S. team. There would just have to be a championship that season. Every year, Trackflation continues to shock me. I remember last year when I thought that the men's 100 was completely revolutionizing itself to where high schoolers could break 9.8. But 2026 is quickly becoming a year that just might challenge the speeds of 2025. And who knows exactly how far that will go. Last year we saw a total of 10 sub 10-second marks in all conditions for high schoolers. And in 2026, we very much could be on pace to see as many
Run through this run.
while that might seem like somewhat of an exaggeration, I think that's just how fast the standard has become. And with all of this in mind, I would love to hear from all of you. What do you think about Dylan Mitchell's recent run? What do you think about high schoolers breaking 10? And what do you think will happen over the next couple of seasons with high schoolers running the 100 and the U.S. champs? Will there potentially be an athlete that qualifies into the U.S. team in the men's 100 from high school? Thanks for watching, everyone. Till next time. And there's only one thing left to do. The winner survived. Don't give me this.
Maybe I should medium max. I should do a medium max parent with like Marzinski.
What stood out for me is the check the law firm.
And maybe Sam Scott. I mean, Sam Scott kind of medium maxes herself.
This one always is annoying. Sometimes you just dominate it, sometimes you just lose. Especially since she's mile B right now. We're gonna probably struggle a little bit on these early ones with her, but that'll be fine. Ooh, an early charming pickup's pretty nice. And so here's one of those situations where we have the rival racer on sprint, but we're gonna just follow the schedule regardless. Alright, and nothing really in here I want to take. And skill point wise, let's see, what can we have help us here? We'll take fast pace now that we're going to do front running. And eventually we'll just take escaped artist and be fine there.
Oh, I was hoping for a good heal, for a full rest there. Oh, we got 30 energy on top of it, so that's okay. see.
so fast. That seemed to be a problem, and it's a problem that I've had even when I do normal runs. Remembering to use the hammers. Because you can do these runs a lot faster because you're just focused. You just follow the schedule on this one. Is to just try and think about it. Because I've finished runs where it's like, holy crap, I'm getting so many hammers. I don't know what to do with them. And so, okay, so this is the other OP here. We have something on wit. Yes, we can hit wit here. Let's get that friendship up. Mood down. The nice thing is, mood isn't too big of a deal on this. All right, we got a race here. We got a new shot though. Miracle.
Oh no, man.
That's always good. This will allow.
Because I could get no
Definitely have the
hammers after
miracle
this
here, but
race. Or I could get a bunch of hammers.
I will do the extra race after.
I'm going to use one.
So, okay, we're gonna buy that. We'll want to buy the speed ankles as soon as we can.
As long as we don't get a speed bonus, we'll be good. Holy crap, if we get a speed bonus, we might be screwed. Just saying.
Okay, cupcake, always nice to get. One of the things I'm always trying to think about as I'm getting items is how am I going to get my energy for the summer? Of course, everybody probably knows the herbal tea or whatever.
It's always good to win on McKinnon by distance. Stamina, okay. Not speed, cool. Function chase. 10 wit, 10 guts. And yeah. So we get 20, 40, 60, 70, 80, 87, possibly, I mean, if you do the epitaph for True Way of Kings, 97 stats at the end of Armageddon. Well, 97 to one stat, but every other stat's gonna be 87. Well, actually, we got 108 because that last Armageddon was 21 stamina, right? I believe. Yeah, 21 stamina. 10 guts, 10 wit. Yeah, oh yeah, 100 stats pretty much to everything. And we got our hammers. Yes, we got our gold hammers. Ah, perfect. I'd rather have the whistle. Cool. All right, all right, all right. Listen.
Always have to kind of keep reminding myself, got a hammer, hammer. I love to forget to do it because when I'm just doing these and I just kind of try and do muscle memory, I'm just running through the schedule and doing as quickly as can. And I will.
I'm watching another streamer right now doing runs, and he's talking about how he forgets to use his hammers throughout the runs, like I've been saying for a long time. Now not everybody else is starting to do it, or started to do it. I mean, now they're like, oh yeah, crap, I forget. I get the senior year and I have like 8 hammers. Okay. I mean, 8 hammers in senior year is not bad because you can use them, but 8 hammers the last week. Excuse me. You come up with 8 hammers the last week and you're in a tough position. Excuse me. Just like I did with, look, see, I bought an extra speed scroll that I didn't even need. I do it too. click buy stuff, don't even realize it.
That's a new stuff in the shop. Another hammer. This is gonna be one of those runs which is gonna give me a lot of hammers, so I need to not forget to use them. As I move back up, let's go buy the items. On G1, let's use the hammer. Now, one thing is, I am currently willing to use clocks on these races here. Depending on the person, you may not want to waste clocks on parent runs, especially if you're doing dedicated, like a lot of them like me, because once you do run out, they will start consuming carats, 10 carats per clock. And if you think about it cost-wise, it's about 12 cents. So I know some people won't want to do that, but if I end up losing, especially with her since she's mile B, it is a very good chance that she could lose. We will then clock it. I have not really had issues where I actually have had to use all 5 clocks on these runs because the speed and power cards are getting me way higher than I typically am at this point on an ace run where I have wit cards mixed in. So generally it's actually not been too bad on the losses because of how much higher my speed and power is at this point on my runs. Okay, got some more goodies there.
We
Got
are
early
back.
lead, so we could get groundwork up and running for her now. So we have concentration, early lead on our savvy. And here's our prudent positioning. All right. Gotta make sure to take the top option here, though. So far, really good run. There's only one real other thing that we care about getting, like I said, on inspiration, ignited wit. The one thing we're really gambling the most on. All right, so we do have enough skill points to do it. No, we will have it on the next one though. So I'll probably add them after inspiration just in case I get some discounts. The nice thing with this one, this doesn't even matter on this race because it's a new year. Just go buy our stuff here first.
Looking really good. Really good for me. Other than the weight being lower than I wanted to be, I'd rather it be at over 800 right now. But hey, take what you can get, man. Take what you can get. Each run is different.
On occasion the hammers because I'm talking, but I've gotten a lot better at using them generally. But it's punishing me. It's going to say, here's another hammer. Make sure you use them. Or you will have too many at the end.
Man. And she set up the run long too.
Okay.
Literally 3 skills to change her alone. I just hate that you have to max this one out. You have to buy it twice to get to that one. I don't like that.
Now, here's a race that is not on the schedule, but because I have the skin cream as well as a master cure here, we're going to go ahead and do it as kind of a bonus. One, we want to be able to buy everything in here. And the Valentine's event does give you a mood up. So we pretty much recover from this, doing this extra race pretty much instantly. And so we can, now we're going to wait, I'm just going to wait to inspiration before I get any more skills in case we get discounts. And so here, since it's not on the schedule, I just do whichever one I care the most about, maybe potentially if I'm building a parent. So we're going to just do the medium at the top. Since this one's not going to be one you do consistently, I don't worry about this one for the affinity. And make sure to switch her back to front. One thing I tend to forget sometimes as well, and I'll do a couple of pace until I realize it. But if you have to do her as pace, I want you to make sure to switch it back. Early lead hit, nice. didn't get punished with skin condition, but we lost some stats. Not too big a deal to lose that. It's worth it for the money here. Now we can buy that. Let me see. I think we are. Yeah, we'll buy one of these. Sometimes you get the chance to pop them outside of it. We have a 3 of these already, so we're sitting pretty good on the megaphones now. We get that hammer where that drops. Now we're on an OP race here. Nothing's worth it, and we have 2 races. So if we do have like a win hit or something, I can deal with it with that. We're going to rest.
Excuse me.
Doesn't really matter. We're
Hey.
going to race and most likely rest again anyway.
Hmm.
We're getting a lot of early lead discounts here.
Hmm.
But that's one reason that
Uh-huh.
when I was talking about pruning out the skills is if I take this skill, I won't be able to get it again, and that means I have a better shot at getting the other frontrunner skills that I don't currently have. We're going to wait to inspiration just in case we hit them on inspiration and can get a max discount on it. But I will be taking them once we get there. Because these are all G2s and G3s. She should do quite well on her own. And so we're at the OP races here. And we're sitting really good on friendship. No reason to hit here. There's nothing like that. I don't care about that. There we go. Well rested. Okay, make sure nothing in the shop, because they're about to drop off soon. Nope. Okay. And just race. And this is a 3 in a row race. And the nice thing is we have 2 ways to deal with skin condition, so it's not even a big deal. Oh, and there is our prudent, or not prudent, so there's our playtime's over. That's the only reason I have that card in the deck. Playtime's over. As you can see here, this is one of those scenarios where the rival racers are down here. But stick to the schedule. Just do the schedule. Don't worry about the rival races. You will get skills over time. And don't. This is to min-max that affinity. Now this won't matter in the future when they eventually do the affinity changes. But when that happens, the make a new track/track blazer won't be the main scenario you're going to want to run anyway for your parents and grandparents. All right. There's our ignited win. There's prudent positioning. Huge. And slipstream. Holy crap. We got a slipstream hit. That's another big one I want to pick up. All right. We have a potential great grandparent here. Let's see what we got now. Yeah, slipstream's pretty and massive. So we're going to take dodge and danger. We're going to go ahead and take prudent positioning. Max discount there. We're going to take early lead. We'll want to take concentration here soon. Concentration paired with groundwork with a dodging danger prudent positioning combo should be all we really need to pretty much win the rest of the races pretty easily. I don't want to touch Ignited Spirit Wit yet. We might be able to get max discount on that one. Oh, and as someone has mentioned, I am losing some affinity because the bar I'm using ran the crown route. I'm going through my Umas and doing the Tiara route just because it's the easier, safer route. But yes, when you're running your own, try and stick to the same route on all of them consistently. Eventually, the crown route to me will be the main route to do, But I'm going to wait until it can be a little bit more consistent, and I have the long smart great grandparents to make it where all the Umas can do the long races. Right now, some of them that I do in the mix, like Silent Suzuka and others, do not have the long ability to do the long races, and they're going to be forced to do triple tier. Okay, so we got all the skills we care about. This should basically get us pretty consistent on winning now. What do we got for items? A new shot, take some stamina. Always be taking these energy drinks. These are really good for the races. Okay, we got to remember to use a hammer. Use the hammer. I'm just going to keep telling myself, use the hammer. It's going to keep giving them to me, and it's going to punish me if I do not use them. I think I might actually be at like 5 now, so I'm at 4. So let's go ahead and make sure to use these. Okay. And nothing. We're sitting pretty good for training. The only thing we're really missing right now is energy. We have a little bit here. Really hoping we can pick up one of the herbal fusions. And as Davo, I'm paying attention to a little bit. I know some people are talking in there. But I'm kind of working on a video right now as well, so I'm a little bit, I'm not completely engrossed in chat, but I am paying attention and trying to hit up what people are asking. Okay, so we are on the Oka show here, easy peasy. We got everything, making sure I use the hammer. Okay. Always, that's the one thing that slows me down is the hammers. Just always having to really think about them. All right. See, we're good here. And Mihona Bourbon just crushing it. It's really nice to use the Umas that actually have useful ults. This makes the run so much smoother. Kind of the fatigue, alright, not a big deal. We actually are decent on energy here.
It's decent. She's decent.
Good
It's not the best I can make, obviously, but she's decent.
We'll do a hit here, get Kawakami ready for the summer. Could end up burning us because we don't really have any other energy items. If I have to rest in the summer, I have to rest in the summer. I've still gotten SS pretty easily with resting in the summer, or even if I don't get a good hit and I do a race in the summer, still comes out.
Medium corners is real important. A lot of cards have medium straightaways and not medium corners. So hopefully we get a spark from that.
Activate in every single race, potentially, depending on if we pass the whip checks. If we have early lead,
That's it. Well, that's underwhelming. Has to be the wit. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This is going to be the one painful one, isn't it? The NHK is my problem child. Alright, she's now in a great mood. Maybe that'll help her. Oh boy. Are we not going to get through this one? Oh, well, I clicked next. Well, I screwed that one up. Not a big deal, whatever. One race affinity lost. Not a big deal. We should still hit the stat points. This is the big one anyway. I did not mean to skip that, though. Normally I would use another clock there. But it's not the end of the world. That is the problem child race that I see the most losses on, though. So, let's see here. I think we are good to go. Use the hammer. Kind of threw me off, though, now. Trolling? Yeah. Nah, we're fine. We're fine. Okay, got a cupcake, got another one. We had to do pace there because there was no other front runner. Alright, so this is a race that we skip unless we really have a setup to do it right now. We do have, we have another cupcake in here. Although one problem that we do have is lack of energy, so I definitely want to rest here. If we had all the energy items and a lot of cupcakes, I will sometimes do this one, but we are not in real good position to do it. No energy, and so we're just going to go ahead and rest. Make sure there's nothing I want to use here. We do that G1 on the second year, the next year, so we will still get it for affinity, we just do it on the next year. Okay, make sure I use a hammer here. Make sure to put it back to front. All right. Okay. No energy items there. Okay, there's an energy. There's an energy. Man, it's giving me tons of gold hammers here. This one's 3 turns, so we want to get that. We've already got 3 of these, so I don't need to worry about that. I mean, I could literally just buy out the shop with all the items. I don't think we need the grilled carrots anymore, but we'll see here in a second. All right. Got a lot of energy items. Let's see what we can hit here. Okay, the Shino flower. We have no whistles. Kind of sucks. We do have 1 power anklet, so we will take that. And we have none of. I kind of haven't lucked out on the items here, so not the best. We'll go up to 60 here. Take the power hit. It is what it is. Okay. Right there. We're also getting one of her hints. Standard distance. All right. That's another green brain activator. There we go. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for. All right. Just one more hit like that will be good. We're going to have to rest on one of these, or either that or do a wit hit. If we have nothing good on the next one, we can always try and hit wit instead. Yeah. Okay, so this one, we're going to hit wit. If we had the energy, if I had enough energy items, which I only have in this one, I would actually race here. I would race in this scenario. But because if I raced, I won't have enough energy to hit on the next one. We're going to just add this, and I'm going to hit wit. Or potentially you could rest here depending on the scenario you're in. But at least we're getting 15 wit out of this by hitting it. It's a 1% chance to fail. You know, I'll just take it right now. Oh, I forgot to use the training item. But also make sure to use your training effectiveness item there. Not the end of the world there. Ooh, we have a guts hit here. No guts items. That's fine. We will still take it without a gut name. We'll save these for the second summer. Yeah. Like for this one, it's 27 and 6. This is giving us a lot more stats over all of them landing on it like that. So yeah, like that. All right, we're back to the races here. Make sure there's nothing else I want to buy here. How many of these do we have? 1. So we're pretty much ready for the next summer. We won't buy that. I want to buy another Miracle Cure just because. Play it safe. We're going to have a lot of money coming in, so not a big deal. Now we are a little bit lower than I would like on the stats, but we should still be fine. Usually I come out of that summer around 600 and 600 on speed and power. But we shouldn't have any problems because we got the second summer to get through, and we still have a ton of other stats coming in here. So we get any shot? Nope. You know what? We're just going to buy that too. We got plenty of money here. Now this is a sprint that sometimes I will throw in the mix, but because she's sprint C, we're going to go ahead and play it safe and do this one here.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 5.
Okay, so this is another opportunity to train if we had items to train with, which we don't. So on this one, I like to get the extra speed, which will take that. The 10 energy isn't going to make a difference at this point. What do we got here? I like to pick up the glow sticks. We're getting enough money in, but these are a really good opportunity to help out your club. So I pick those up because you generally have money from. So yeah, we'll be able to pick this up after the next one. So we'll get there. That's extra power. Nothing worth hitting here. We're just going to go ahead and press. No fast learn. Okay, shoot a show. Make sure to use hammers. Okay. And I got 1 silver. I've been pretty good. I've been pretty good about making sure I use them here. Okay, skills or anything I really. Let's get ground. So we have groundwork. You can take front runner savvy. That pretty much guarantees a shot at it with our setup. And to make it a little bit safer, we'll just take standard distance now as well. Now we have a very good shot at getting it on most of it. Gonna shoot the show. In Xbox, I am sitting in my other setup. It's on the other side of my desk. My desk is literally to my left. And it's just my recliner setup. So I can do longer, more comfortable streaming. That should the show. Down here. Okay, Queen Elizabeth here, just double check. No hammers to use there. Nothing you need
Come on,
there.
Dyson.
Find that now. Now we're definitely ready for the next one.
Shoes stack, shoes shining, who's shining?
Okay. Over there. And what we said there, yeah. By the power ankle. Triple power ankle. Probably should buy the guts one too, so we don't run into the situation that I ran into this summer where I didn't have one. I tend to try and get at least one of all of them in case what happened there happens where they all line up on it. Because that training effectiveness can make it where you even get a really big stamina hit. Now we are a little low on stamina, and he doesn't have a built-in heal.
Holy juice. Let's go. Holy juice, man. Everybody over there. Let's go. Ugh. Ugh.
Now, the other one, this is another opportunity to train. But I don't see really anything that's worth it here. Got another one of these. Let's buy the stamina 8. Oh, skin damage. I think we are. And I guess Now we'll get one later here. We'll buy the next one. Okay, nothing really good hits. No. Still check. Now, this one does have the Champions Cup. If you're running a Durguma on the last year, I'll try and make sure I get this one knocked out for an extra race. I would not do it here because you have a long stretch of races after there. And so this is a really bad spot to do it. Even if things are going really well, I would not take the risk. Just do it on the next year. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and rest. There's Professor Encourager. Always nice to have it. It's worth a lot of points. Now, I don't really care about the hit for it, or the sparring for it as much, but it is pretty good for getting that rank point, although I got a crap on discounts here, so not a very good one there. So we have the Arena Keenan now. Let's see. We got no hammers, and nothing in the shop we can buy. Let's just go ahead and do it. Got Ogre Cap here. All right. Power, more energy, always good. Keep stockpiling those for the summer. Okay, so we got 2 more races to do here. All right, so that's a different shot now. Energy, power, power's full, energy. Power's doing pretty good. Speed, I mean, they're a little low, but
That's crazy.
we got plenty of energy, so we don't have any problems there. Xbox, no, this is not an ace run. This is a parent run. Okay, another power hit, some wit, power. Get the energy. Want energy. We want to get the speed ankle too. Alright. Hopefully get a mood up here. And we got plenty of cupcakes to kind of deal with mood if we have a really good training. One of the things, we have not actually had a good training on any of these off turns. We've been just resting, which hasn't. Oh, there's the skin. By all the heal. It likes to show up early lead. Ooh. Okay, now we definitely want to probably. This is a training turn if we have the opportunity. Nothing crazy to hit here, so I'm probably not going to do anything about that. But we will take ourselves up to a. I think I'll just go right back to a great or a good mood. I don't want to have the stat decreases for the races, but I think we're going to just rest there. We're still. This has still been a pretty bad run for energy. I mean, at least we have 4 of these. But really no opportunities. We have not had any of the charms or of the other items to like make it where we can afford the hits. Like make sure we get those 2 items too. And the hammer stopped coming in too, so we haven't had to use any
I just
more.
want to see if this works.
So this has overall been a pretty bad run shop-wise. So it'll be a really good showcase of the ratings at the end, even though the shop has been pretty terrible. The first summer was not all that good as well. So this is kind of a low roll of a parent run. Okay, here we're going to go ahead and take
United Healthcare ACA Marketplace plans let you access plan information on the go, online or on our app.
Always get those talismans whenever you see them. Every single one, grab it.
Forest organic gummy. Real juicy, real good.
Oh, no, no. Sometimes when I do that, it clicks one training up there. Sometimes it works out, but then other times it's like,
Spot, middle of the Atlantic Ocean, nearly 400 miles from Newfoundland. A remarkable expedition is underway.
doing good. She's getting a lot of stamina. Oh yeah, she runs well. That does make sense with the way her character is set up. She's gonna get a lot of stamina buffs throughout the run because she's set up to run long and she's the Armor King and Queen or whatever. So yeah. Oof. Don't want to do that yet. No, not that yet.
Spending millions of dollars just to get it back.
Yeah. I would like for us to get to a point where we can go see the Titanic. Off on a random note here, aside from Umamasume, I would like for it to get to a point where we can take like uh cruises out to the Titanic and then get to go down to see the Titanic safely. You know what I'm saying? Safely. I would take that cruise straight up. It's like a Titanic themed cruise on a cruise ship that looks like the Titanic, but it's ultra modern with all the safety features and of course, the size of a modern ship. And it has, TVs and, everything we use. You know what I mean? It's not like a period piece time cruise type cruise where you're just bored for 2 weeks with no surface power or eating porridge. You know what I mean? Or whatever they ate back then on cruise ships. Because I would definitely be a third class passenger. No, I'd be a second class passenger. I won't be a third class passenger.
Of her day.
Golden Age. White Star Line and Cunard vie for supremacy on the route across the Atlantic. Cunard ships were typically faster, but White Star had the edge when it came to luxury. And the gigantic Titanic was the jewel in their crown.
On board, there are aristocrats, there are business magnates, but there's also immigrants who are going to the Americas to make a new life.
In just 7 days' time,
No, I know it doesn't do anything. It's just because I'm going to use that anyway. So,
dead, filled with the bottom of the Atlantic, and almost 1,500 people.
fuck.
A century on, many details about the sea still faded.
20 years, nobody even knew where she was. And then in 1985, Bob Ballard found the wreck.
Hey, the French and the American men found the Titanic will celebrate. Ballard had found the greatest of all lost ships. Scientists clamored to study the wreck. But 2.5 miles down, under atmospheric pressure almost 400 times greater than at sea level, conditions make it hard to see more than fragments of the ship at a time. We're still searching for the turn. We can't find it.
Many expeditions have been down to the wreck over the past 40 years. But it's pitch black down there. So it's not been possible to see the whole ship. Viewing it has been like shining a flashlight in the dark. Until now.
Imagine how scary it was for the people that was on the ship. It's pitch black and scary now. Imagine how they felt going down into the water. It's like it's different for battleships, like during war, because you have like a whole fleet with you that could pick you up. It's not like that on a cruise ship. Trust. I'm just glad I didn't end up on one of those cruise ships that went haywire and crashed. You know, that sucked.
Some of the questions which still surround the wreck.
I want to see. I want to see what she does. I want to see if she uses that eternal. I want to see if she uses Central Diamond's ability or not. I just want to see because I read its ability. It says toward the front. I don't know if that means in first or second, and third. Like, what does that mean? So I want to find out because I don't doubt that I won't be in first coming around the final turn sometimes or most of the time, as we found out in the last scene, right? So having an ability like that, even though in the career run it doesn't make sense because you know you're going to be in the front the entire time, you have to remember you're building this for racing against other players that have a brain, not a simulated synapses. Or code, I should say.
One which will now study from a respected distance. After 3 weeks at sea, scanning 24 hours a day, the work of the expedition team is complete. Well done, Theodore. But it will take over a year to research and piece together the enormous amount of data gathered. This operation has a lot of promise. Having
She
a
gonna
tool
activate it?
of a virtual twin
Can
of
she
the
activate it?
breath.
So she can't activate it if she's by herself out front. Okay. So she has to be in like second then. Okay. So clear conditions would probably be second place.
Master Mariner Captain Chris Hearn wants to study
I'm
twins.
fine with that. Because what that means is if someone is in front of us, then she can activate that on the final straight. And because it greatly increases their speed. Well,
Studying small fragments.
maybe moderately now because it's inherited, but you know what I mean. I think it's a good fallback skill for not being in first. Wow, I didn't even notice. I didn't see one of those all last run.
Searching processing. Over 700,000 scan images and a painstaking piece together. And a gigantic soundstage. Colossal LED panels will project the image of the twin at up to full scale, putting the investigators face to face with severed wreckage of Titanic.
That's cool.
When you are in the submersible, you can see maybe but with the digital twin, you can see the entire wreck site. Now I have a better view of Titanic than I ever did at the Titanic.
Oh,
You're around 12,000 feet. Wow, the ocean. Titanic.
Studying this under a microscope doesn't really prepare you for this. I finally understood how small I am in comparison to everything that I'm looking at. I was able to truly experience this sense of destruction.
let's go ahead and get focused. Let's go ahead and get focused for the rest of the career. For the rest of our career.
Digital twin not only allows the
Shouldn't suffer any wit checks. We should be the one wit checking everybody.
since her discovery, the ship lies in two parts. With the wreck site so massive, no one has ever seen it all at once until now. Stern sits a third of a mile to the bow. This is something you don't always see because it's very dangerous underneath the overhanging stern here. Trying to get down here with a submersible is not very often done. The twin allows the experts to study near inaccessible parts of the ship. Here's the starboard propeller over here. Taking in features which are almost impossible to see on a manned mission to the site. Ah, you see that right there? The numbers, that's 401. That's Titanic's whole number.
Looks like 13401. How is it that I can see better than what they can see? And they're literally looking at the screen. I'm looking at them looking at the screen through a lens. And I can see the numbers better than they can. The serial numbers.
That's right.
Just
At least it says like you can get that fixed any way you want. Schedule a chick fix while I get my hair fixed. Yep, they can fix
all
my
right.
glass while we fish for bats. If you want, they can recalibrate my safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants. That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at SafeLight.com. Safe Light Place.
The disaster of forcing place to a 1912 happens on a cold, clear, starry night, 4 days into Titanic's maiden voyage. Jack Phillips, a wireless operator, receives a message that there is pack ice and icebergs up ahead. In first class, Captain Flynn is the seat sister, chairman of the White Star Line, while up on the bridge, First Officer Murdoch is keeping watch. At 11:39 p.m., the bells ring out. And that's the warning, obstacle up ahead. First Officer Murdoch rams the engine ship's telegraph to stop, sending a signal to cut power. He then demands the Titanic send hard at starboard, hoping to steer the ship to safety. And seconds later, the Titanic hits the iceberg. Many on board felt nothing. Even Frederick Fleet, who sounded that alarm from the crow's nest, said it felt like a close shave.
Then that means that didn't happen. Hmm.
The experts were hoping to wait. Show us how.
That we actually do have our first visible iceberg. So take a look up here at this porthole. This porthole was smashed by the ice. First class passenger Margaret Swift saw the ice that had come through that porthole. That tells us that the iceberg was at least 30 feet above waterline.
Hmm.
So, size of the iceberg, definitively giving us information that will help us understand more about the collision.
The iceberg was tall, 30 feet plus out of the water that the Titanic hit. They said, and they can see that piece of the iceberg actually went through the window, aka the porthole, of one of the first class passengers' windows. And she reported it. So it weren't like the ice was barely out of the water like a lot of people think. And they just did not see it because, it's midnight, you got the sun, you got that sun. You got the moon reflecting off the water, which distorts how a lot of things look on the water, honestly. From my experience being on 6 different cruises, at night, a lot of things look further than they should in the water, and a lot of things that are closer should look closer look smaller, but like they're still close. Like it's weird to explain. It's like the water when it's still, it like acts like a mirror almost. So it messes with the size of things at distance. So I can definitely understand how they could have trouble with icebergs in the middle of the night, especially on a ship back in 1912 when they didn't have the lighting that we have lighting up the entire ship and the area around the ship. Like we could see in the water. It was cool. The dolphins would just like hang out by the ship. I guess they like the light. I don't know. Maybe they could see the fish better. I don't know. But they liked it. I don't know if I should get that slow metabolism. I don't usually don't get that with her. Excuse me.
Catastrophically overwhelmed. His starting point was that more than 4 compartments must have been damaged by the iceberg. The weight of the floodwater pulling the ship below the surface.
While they set about calculating the impact of the iceberg, and concluded that there had been a series of puncture holes along the hull at an area of about 12 square feet. Wilding based his findings on the testimony of surviving crew and passengers and on his own detailed knowledge of the ship's design. But even after the wreck was discovered, testing his theory was impossible. Buried in the mud.
But now, the investigation together experts
Sorry.
around the world put Wilding's findings to the test. At University College London, renowned naval architect Professor Chung Ki Park is joined by fellow specialists Dr. Simon Benson and Dr. Stephen Payne, designer of the cruise liner Queen Mary II. This is the first time that national computer simulation tests Wilding's hypothesis. Based on information Titanic define estimated speed 22 knots. The team uses cutting-edge technology to simulate the iceberg strike. Wow, there it is. We can see the ship glancing below the section bearing to starboard as it was passing by yellow shopper. You can see the ice actually floating along. We can now find out from these simulations that the time it took for the Titanic to collide with the iceberg glancing below was 6.3 seconds. 6.3 seconds. Unbelievable. Yet when I said a fleet straight, it catastrophic. And the simulation now revealed the full extent of the damage, or even time. Well, that's the way where it gets really interesting because here we really see the power of the simulation. And it's a process. Very quickly spread. And then the line of black system, which is being worked with sharing. Now, it's total area, the whole is not full. But here, it's looking at the company, basic. Why does this nation is over everything? The figures may differ slightly, but Wilding was right. The scale of the damage was minimal compared to the size of the ship overall. But crucially, it wasn't confined to one area. Wow. So this is the damage.
We're seeing a simulation of the iceberg damage for the very first time.
The digital twin allows the expert to see the impact pattern precisely mapped out.
The damage begins at the front and it crosses over the compartment all the way to boiler room number 6. And then it crosses into boiler room number 5. We have one small section, boiler room number 5, and another very small section of damage in the 4B.
How small?
That last bit is only the size of 2 pieces of paper.
2 pieces of paper.
Along the starboard side, the ship was designed for 4 compartments of flood. So you've got small margin, one end or the other, that sank the ship.
So 2 small holes.
That's what the simulation shows us.
The areas that made all the difference were tiny. Small holes either side of the 4 badly damaged compartments. Without them, Titanic might not have sunk.
We all imagine that it was a giant hole that sank such a massive ship. In reality, it was a very small amount of
21
damage
pounds, nice.
over a long distance. A fraction of a second
Oh,
that ended up
but that's
sinking the
okay.
ship.
So if true, it suggests an irony that in turning to avoid the iceberg, the crew had created an area of damage linked enough to open up too many compartments to see and sink the ship. The irony doesn't stop there.
Get drums in the French Riviera. You need drums in a stick away.
Tonight, Alicia went to 4 engagement parties. She's done bringing a forced smile as her plus one. Here's a ring, Alicia. Say I do to prove your sweetness. When cereal hits the spot.
Everyone understands that your bag, your scarf, and your umbrella tells the world who you are, what you care about. Everyone who has to have.
God, what am I doing? Crap.
I'm trying to restore your credibility. Well, that's not what you're wearing tonight.
Now, remember, all this just a loan.
He's not a kid anymore. Say, she's saying.
The devil is products will get your tea, gets things down. Speak first. Heck no. Money can't buy happiness. Everyone knows that. But it can get you a professional crane air grinder, along with every other tool you need to rebuild that motorcycle. And when you fire that baby up, it'll make you so happy you'll have rays of sunshine coming out your wazoo. Northern Tool and Equipment. It's serious. At the British inquiry into the sinking, Wilding, one of the men in Titanic decks, predicted that had the crew not turned the ship to try and avoid the iceberg, instead hitting it head on, she would have stayed afloat. The simulation now put that theory to the test. Because this has never been done before. No, absolutely not. Let's see it go. Oh wow. Look at
Ooh.
this cool thing about that.
Oh,
That cool.
cool gracious.
We have the closer. So we're really going to see the clinical zone. It's that wow. all that steel mashing into the ice. Imagine the noise that they would get. Wilding predicted that with this collision, Titanic would survive. We look at the blueprint. We see, well, where are we going to? We've lost the peak tank, cargo tanks, and we've ended just forward of the bridge. Just forward of the bridge, so we've actually only lost, what, 4 miles? So she would have stayed afloat? It would have.
So, based on the simulation, it would not have sunk.
Yeah. The front-on simulation gives us a fleeting glimpse of a different outcome for the tragic ship. What it doesn't provide is a sailor's perspective.
Think about the crew. You don't steer directly into an iceberg. I doubt very highly anybody would have done it. A lot of the crew had their bumps forward. And so, in Murdoch making that kind of an action to take the iceberg right on the bow, he would have likely killed everybody that was in those forward spaces. But the officers maneuver to try and turn away from the iceberg, as hard as it is to say, essentially sealed the Titanic's fate.
With the ship now taking on water, the lives of over 2,000 people in the balance. The decisions made by Titanic's crew are about to become more crucial by the minute. Within 20 minutes of the iceberg strike, Captain Smith has had multiple reports of flooding in the ship's boiler rooms.
Fireman Fred Barrett was a witness to what happened. He was working in boiler room 6. When he gave his testimony to the inquiry, he said, the bell rang. He called out, shut all doors. Then a large volume of water came through the side of the ship. He ran for that section, just as the watertight doors came down. The man responsible for keeping the ship's boilers alight was Chief Engineer Joseph Bell. He was in charge of 200 men who powered the Titanic 24 hours a day.
The boiler rooms ran over half the length of the ship. 40 minutes after the collision,
Come on now.
Number 6 was already lost. Number
Go
5
ship, go
was a
away.
small, paper-sized breach.
Bro, go ship, go away. I'm not gonna rerun this again. Fine. Okay.
The ship tilted forward, water spilling from one compartment to the next.
Suddenly, the water burst into boiler room 5, and Bell was heard to say, my God, we are lost.
Bell and his men were forced back to boiler room 2, the only one still capable of providing power to the ship.
1 hour 40 after the iceberg strike, Chief Bell sent his stokers up on deck to save themselves. And all 35 engineering officers stayed with him below deck.
Ultimately, it came down to a skeleton crew. Boiler room number 2, essentially of the engineers themselves. Everybody else has been released.
It's clear to Bell the Titanic is doomed. He now had to pivot from saving the ship to saving lives.
They were in the middle of the Atlantic and it was pitch black. If the power went off, they would be in total darkness, making it incredibly difficult for people to get to the deck and into lifeboats. And if the Titanic's wireless room went down, then nearby ships couldn't be alerted to stranded survivors.
In short, without power, the chances of those on board surviving are slim. The courage of Titanic's engineers is a story that's endured for over a century. But now, the digital twin allows the experts to actually examine the place where Bell and his men battled on, clearly visible where the ship tore apart.
Okay, so we're in boiler room number 2. This is essentially the last place where they kept the fires going.
This is what's left of the heart of Titanic. The steam that's being generated in these boilers is providing the power and the light to the ship. These engineers down here, they couldn't see what was going on outside.
The conditions must have been terrible. Brutally hot, with steam.
Real tests of leadership often come over worst of circumstances. I reflect on Bell's efforts that night. He was going to do everything he could so that other people may have a chance to live.
The digital twin shows us not only the location of Bell's last stand, it also offers new evidence of how he kept the power on, even as the ship began to sink. Nearly 2,300 feet across the wreck site, the experts have spotted a clue.
Okay, we're coming up on the port side of the stern back here. There's the mainmast. It's collapsed and lying over the edge. So let's rotate this thing around. Take a look at this. Found this very interesting. It's a steam valve. It didn't come from here. It landed on the wreck after the stern had settled. And the flap is seen in the open position right now.
Why is that important?
Well, this is a line that was taking the remaining steam
Yeah.
from the boiler rooms
It was still
to the
active.
emergency dynamos. They provided light to the ship. The lighting, the heating, running the pumps.
Titanic's emergency dynamo was over 40 feet higher than the main generator, so it would take longer to flood. It was connected to boiler room 2 through an emergency pipe. The valve had to be opened manually.
You can see this steam valve is clearly open, which means steam was continuously flowing through the emergency dynamos. This action to keep this open saved hundreds of lives.
Survivors testified that over 2 hours after striking the iceberg, the ship's lights were still on.
So this is proof that the survivors who saw lights to the very end, it is true.
Yeah.
This steam valve is frozen in its final act, responding to Bell's orders, keeping the power on and hope alive. Bell and his men fight on. Above them, panic is starting to spread. At the lifeboats, the crews struggle to keep order, and senior officers are faced with life and death choices. Until 11:39 p.m., passengers had enjoyed a peaceful evening in luxurious surroundings. Were looking forward to arriving in New York. Nearly 2 hours after Titanic hit the iceberg, the situation for those on board is deteriorating fast. As water begins to flood the corridors, passengers start rushing to the boat deck.
By law in 1912, ocean liners were only required to have 16 lifeboats, and in an emergency would have been expected to stay afloat long enough to ferry people to a rescue ship. So Titanic only had enough lifeboat spaces for about half of those on board.
The order is to start loading women and children into the boats. In the chaos, most of the lifeboats aren't even launched full. Tension quickly turns to panic. On the boat deck, there are scenes of both heroism and heartbreak.
Ida Strauss, for instance, wouldn't board a lifeboat if she couldn't go with her husband, and said, "We have lived together and we'll die together." Rhoda Abbott, who was travelling with her 2 teenage sons, reached a lifeboat being boarded, but realising that her boys were considered too old to go on a lifeboat, stepped back and remained with her children.
17-year-old first-class passenger Jack Thayer noted who joined the boat after Rhoda Abbott retreated.
He recorded, "There was some disturbance in loading the last 2 forward starboard boats. A large crowd of men was pressing to get to the lifeboats. No women were around, as far as I could see. I saw Ismay, who had been assisting in the loading of the last boat, push his way into it. It was really every man for himself." Bruce Ismay was the chairman of the White Star Line. He went on to survive, but his reputation never recovered.
As passengers become increasingly desperate, the crews struggle to keep order.
Michel Navratil said, "Honest people didn't stand a chance as passengers descended to deviance in order to survive."
Yep, that's what
The sinking of
happens.
Titanic making headlines around the world. The press was hungry
Let's go.
for heroes and villains. These were some of the most chaotic moments of the whole tragedy. Conflicting versions of events quickly emerged.
First Officer William Murdoch was in charge of the lifeboats on the starboard side of the ship, and he was desperately trying to lower them as the water was gushing up to meet them. Afterwards, as these newspaper reports show, he was accused of having shot himself on the bridge and abandoning his post. It says here he was seen taking a piece of metal from his pocket, deliberately placing it to his temple, and pulling the trigger.
The story was headline news. Murdoch was painted as cowardly, his reputation in tatters. And even at the time, his actions were disputed.
Second Officer Lightoller, the most senior officer who survived the sinking, refuted the accusation of suicide, writing that he'd seen Murdoch swept overboard and that he had died a hero's death.
order a footlong in the app, and suddenly some club members get another raise. Anybody else got something they want to share? Another bundle. It's got no parabens or sulfates. Not all. But 24-hour freshness. Good. Georgia Jr. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped them find a deal on the right parts.
Oh, that works. I mean, that helps. I mean, it's kind of late, but that helps.
Now, Parks believes that the twin can offer clues about Murdoch's final moments.
Well, this is the #1 lifeboat station for Forward David. It was Murdoch's station, right? Yes, it was. And you'll notice here that davit is in the upright or retracted position.
Davits are cranes used to winch lifeboats down to the water before being wound back to launch the next.
This davit is in the up position, meaning this crew is basically trying to get a lifeboat ready to be launched.
In an attempt to save as many lives as possible, Murdoch, unlike some officers, had allowed men to join the women and children aboard his lifeboats.
Murdoch has been watching the water rise this whole time. He knows he's out of time, and he's working against the rising water to try and get one more boat into the water. And this coincides with Second Officer Lightoll's description. He was standing on top of the deckhouse back here.
At 2:15 a.m., minutes before the ship went down, Lightoller witnessed Murdoch trying to launch one final boat. Suddenly, Titanic dipped, and the lifeboat was washed overboard. While survivors scrambled onto it from the freezing water, Murdoch was swept away.
Historians have disputed that, but this davit right here stands in mute testimony that supports Lightoller's version of events. Because being in the up position is exactly what Lightoller described.
History has not been kind to Murdoch, and while we may never know exactly how he died, the twin does suggest that the accusation of cowardice, of abandoning a ship, may not be fair.
I think it really shows that he was struggling to save as many lives as possible right up to the very end. They were trying to launch one last lifeboat. He never gave up on his duty.
For survivors like Lightoller, the scenes at the lifeboats were some of the most distressing of the whole disaster. But for those left on board, the worst is still to come. Two hours after Titanic hit the iceberg, the ship is partially submerged, but remarkably, thanks to Bell and his engineers, it still has power.
In Titanic's wireless room, two operators, Jack Phillips and Harold Bride, are still at their posts and desperately sending out messages.
Shortly after 2 a.m., Captain Smith told the men they had done their duty and were relieved from their posts. Bride prepared to leave, but Phillips worked on.
who survived the wreck recalled his colleague Jack Phillips's selfless conduct, saying, "He was a brave man. I learned to love him that night. And I suddenly felt a great reverence to see him standing there, sticking to his work, while everybody was raging about. I will never live to forget the work of Phillips for the last awful 15 minutes."
Soon after 2 a.m., messages arrived. Titanic is about to go under. After the sinking, 2 official inquiries concluded that the ship gently slipped below the waves. But even at the time, many survivors contradicted that, testifying Titanic broke apart before she sank. Something confirmed when the wreck was discovered in 1985. And the twin now allows us to see in unprecedented detail where the pieces came to rest. A third of a mile apart on the ocean floor. But exactly how this great ship broke in two is something Parks has been investigating for decades.
There's a lot of mysteries in the Titanic disaster. The one that I've been most focused on throughout my career in Titanic research is the breakup. And I think we've got the evidence that's going to answer those questions right here.
The severed ship is too badly damaged to reveal exactly what happened. But Parks believes that the scan can still provide answers, not by studying the wounded wreck itself, but the sediment around it.
There's an entire debris field of artifacts, of steel sections, that you need to take a look at. Wow. We're flying away. Wait a minute. Oh, sorry, we're looking down. We're going to get a God's eye view of the debris field.
Covering around 15 square miles, countless shards of Titanic are scattered across the ocean floor. Among them, key pieces which Parks believes may be clues.
You can see how immense it is. I mean, it looks chaotic, but there is a pattern to this. And I bet we can find the evidence that we're looking for to reconstruct the breakup here.
The twin allows the experts to study Titanic's shattered fragments in more detail than ever before. If they can piece together this twisted metal jigsaw, the experts may be able to find out how Titanic broke in two, what it meant for those on board. When Titanic broke in two at 2:17 a.m. on April 15th, almost 1,500 people were still on board the ship. Those in the lifeboats watched on in horror.
Player, who was a 17-year-old first-class passenger, recorded in his memoirs what he saw. Suddenly, the whole structure of the ship appeared to split. Her stern was gradually rising into the air. We could see groups of people still aboard, clinging in clusters or bunches like swarming bees, only to fall in masses, pairs or singly, as the great arc part of the show 250 feet of it rose into the sky. Gradually she turned her head away from us, as though to hide from our sight the awful spectacle.
Based on historical accounts like these, many have assumed the ship snapped cleanly in two. But the investigation suggests the truth may be more complex. To find out what really happened, the experts have used the unique level of detail provided by the scan to comb through the debris field, identifying shattered sections of the hull, painstakingly piecing them back together.
Wow, look at the size of that area.
So we're looking at the side of the ship, and we're seeing some of the pieces of the hull found in the debris field. They're massive. We're talking like 100 feet or more up the side of the ship. The big piece at the top, I've studied rivets on that big piece under the microscope, still rivets, and how that piece was actually held onto the ship.
Yeah, there's no connection to this piece. Amazing. I'm speechless. The size of these pieces is huge.
By allowing us to see the hull reassembled, the digital twin shows that far from snapping neatly, a huge section of the ship was completely destroyed.
It was a giant catastrophic fracture. As the stresses are building up,
More
we've got
guts.
tension across the top, compression and buckling on the bottom of the ship, and slowly it turns into a domino effect. It's stressed on the next component, it's like a chain reaction.
Almost all of the ship's strength is in its shell. With that compromised, her exposed interior was obliterated.
I thought it was more of a clean break, and it certainly was not. You would think the ship had been struck by some enormous missile. It's that catastrophic.
20% of the ship just completely destroyed in probably a matter of seconds. So many people lost their lives.
Titanic shattered in multiple places.
This was a cataclysmic moment. 70, 80 feet of it broke at the same time, with human beings in there.
Spruce weed killers are useful one, last up to 5 years. Spruce, that friendly, weed deadly. It's 100 gram. It's ice cream. It's a double treat. Double treat yourself.
Hair hit its breaking point? Pantene Pro V Miracles formulas are infused with a provitamin complex, plus powerful ingredients like biotin and collagen to repair weak inner hair bonds without the $60 price tag. Give your hair a comeback story with Pantene.
It seems like leaders were destined to be. Leaders are crafted through education and training. Decide to lead. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer.
This is Buick. Buick, exceptional by design. It's all about you during the Buick SUV sales event. Get 0.9% APR and up to $2,000 allowance on Encore GX.
It's unimaginable.
As Titanic broke in two, the fate of everyone in that part of the ship was sealed. The twin can offer a glimpse into the final moments of those on board, including two of America's richest men. When Titanic goes down, 80% of the men are lost.
Although some male passengers did survive, Edwardian ideals of stoicism and chivalry meant that the vast majority of men would stay behind on the ship. Alfred Rush, a 17-year-old, who'd only been presented with his first pair of long trousers the night before, refused to enter the lifeboat, saying, "I will stay with the men."
Another famous tale of self-sacrifice is that of multimillionaire Benjamin Guggenheim.
We have the testimony of James Etches, a steward, who said, "I gave a lifebelt to Guggenheim, and he gave me a message. It said, 'If anything should happen to me, tell my wife in New York that I've done my best in doing my duty. We've dressed up in our best and are prepared to go down like gentlemen.'" Another steward reported hearing him say, "No woman shall be left in instead Guggenheim as a coward." The popular narrative is that he escorted pedestrians as he said for the light thing, and then went back to the first class cabin.
The image of Guggenheim waiting bravely for the waters to meet him is romantic. But if he did remain in his death would have been far from peaceful. The digital twin makes clear the violence that those in this section of the ship experience in their final moments.
Guggenheim Street was right at the epicenter of where the ship broke up.
Near Guggenheim's room, that of another of America's richest men, J.J. Astor. Titanic had over 300 first-class cabins, and Astor was reported to have paid over $30,000 in today's money for a pair of these. What's left of them is visible on the twin. Blown apart as the ship went down. Astor's body was recovered a week after the sinking. Seems to have been important at the time that the nobleman like J.J. Astor should have been King Guggenheim's died a very noble, really peaceful death. But in Titanic, it didn't matter what your status was, you would all meet the same fate. On that night in 1912, death did not discriminate. Over 60 feet below Astor's suite, Joseph Bell and his engineers had remained, tending to the fires as the ship went down. Made visible by its position, right at the ship's fracture, is what's left of Boiler Room 2. You look at this boiler here, you see the shadow of the nib quadrant? It's concave inward. And that's an indication of an implosion event, which means that these boilers had to have been operating at the time. The ship breaks, the valve starts to go under. They stayed here. They still installed to their task because they were professionals and they knew their duty. And their duty was to give people a chance up on the top deck. For me, it's a really powerful place. All 35 engineers go down to the ship. We're standing right at the point where their lives ended. It's a good scan. Gives us an opportunity to observe a memorial, the bravery and the dedication of those engineers.
After Hurricane Helene ravaged North Carolina, Michael Watley was tapped to lead the recovery, but on Watley's watch, disaster relief was denied, and over $100 million to rebuild roads, homes, and businesses delayed. Tell Michael Watley, do your job.
If you watch our podcast videos, you'll notice that me and a lot of guys that come on the show, we're always wearing these First Light thermogrid handlings, and I'll tell you why. One, very, very. You said
Let's watch this dangerous one first. I think they are going to damage so many of us, including just the women in general. I feel like they are.
Wrong. You are dangerous. In fact, you might be the most dangerous thing. Here's why. What she said was, men are dangerous and will hurt women. Now, she doesn't mean all men. She means only the men who she believes to have power over her in her country, presumably the United States, from her accent. And we know that she's not talking about all men, because she would never say something so unkind about, for example, illegal immigrants who are not dangerous. She can correct me herself if I got that wrong. Here's a map of travel safety by country. See all these different colors? Green is a top score, although that was in 2013. Here's an updated map. Most dangerous countries for women 2024. Darker is safer. United States, doing pretty good. And typically, the men who live in a country tend to protect the women who live in a country from anybody outside the country. That's how things go. So when she says,
I don't know anymore.
that men being in power,
We got too many crackhead simps that are letting people in and people making it. Actually, that's not even completely true. Because a lot of the people making the decisions are actually women, like women judges that are like.
Oh man, come on.
It is a little bit of both, I'd say.
is dangerous. It's not just false. It's anti-true. It's the opposite of true. But she doesn't care about that. She doesn't even believe what she's saying. This is just a power game that she's playing. It's kind of like when women call each other tens, even though they don't believe it, and they're basically saying, "Oh, you're so beautiful all the way down there. Keep acting like a 10, so you're not competition for me." Men tend to seek power through open, direct competition. They just say, "This is the power I have," and then they clash. Women, on the other hand, tend to seek power by playing nice on the outside and being self-protective through strategies like appearing to be a victim. Women will often accuse men of hurting them or being about to hurt them, so that everybody dog piles on those men and takes their power away, which then becomes her power. And even though this video is terribly low quality, it is also persuasive. It causes people to agree with her, which then leads to a group strategy of women all over the internet agreeing to say that men are bad and dangerous in order to take their power away, despite that they are doing a relatively good job. Persuasion is one of my favorite topics. It's all about using conscious strategies to influence the subconscious. Let's start with this one. I'll go through her video step by step to show why she's the problem.
I'm autistic, and
I'm autistic. Oh my gosh, she started with I'm autistic. Oh no. Why would you say that? You're not.
Enters your 4-digit passcode. That's safety simplified. Uber.
You know what? Never mind.
Country kits with a signature seal. Commerce and Eastern Vanilla Hair Care.
You'll never worry that AAA car batteries are fresh. They go straight to market. Whether it's from our AAA car care dealers, your local Napa store, or have AAA deliver where you need it, they're always fresh. Learn more at AAA.com/fresh batteries.
son of a biscuit. What the fudge?
It's the buff, man. At the very beginning of the, it's like a encounter start action, you know.
Tired of
men.
Wow, let's file that in the no one asked folder. Next to astrological signs and pronouns, there's autism and hating men and who you want me to vote for. TikTok has a lot of that kind of stuff in it and not a lot else. So why am I making this video if it's not important? Because these things become important when people pay attention to them. And that's what TikTok is. It's an attention ruiner. I got a lot of mileage out of this one. The way it works is that you see something on your phone and it makes you go rawr because negative emotions make people respond more than positive ones. And then you project the rawr onto whatever thing it is that you think is making you feel that way. And then sometimes you take an action, which is how engagement farming works. It's making people mad enough to go, what can I do about this situation? And you either might leave a comment or, in her case, make another video that says, man bad. And of course, at no point does she question this fits into the world that she wants to create. It's the right thing to do. So what else is in here?
I have a message I want to share with you guys. I want to share with you guys why I think men are so dangerous for society. I think they are going to damage so many of us, including women in general.
So I put those in feelings and opinions. Men are dangerous and men will hurt women. Now,
This is why they want to hang out with the bear. The reason why.
those might sound like objective claims because it is a fact that some men are dangerous and hurt a lot of things all the time. And it's a statistical certainty that some men will at some point in the future hurt some women. But the reason it's not a fact or an objective claim, what you said, is because there's just no details like how many men you need to worry about, what percentage of the set of men are dangerous. Is it different from population to population? Are there different kinds of men that are more or less dangerous that we need to worry about? What about compared to women? What about the damage that women do? Because remember, you're doing damage right now by spreading bad attitudes on the internet that make women lash out at men, and then that hurts men, and then that makes them lash out. And, what about quantifying it? Is the damage...
One problem is that a lot of women see men as like these tanks that can just take damage like over and over again, and it's fine to just keep hurting them. I see that all the time.
Do going up or
Yeah.
down, or you didn't really include
That's
any
true.
of this. You just sort of said,
We're just supposed to be
man
AoE
bad.
damage
Got any
takers.
more
Just
feelings?
absorb everything. We're supposed to absorb all the damage.
Okay, clearly no evidence for this one. She even keeps saying I feel, which is helpful. I'm just gonna put this here in case she says a fact at some point. She's not even defining what women's rights are or giving
Exactly,
examples
yeah, what
of
is that, yeah.
supporting who they are, whatever that means.
I feel like they're taking over our country, and it's a men's world right now.
Whoa, that's a pretty wacky one. They are taking over our country?
So like
What?
our, as in like women's country. I mean like the one that according to them they had no rights in until they were able to vote. How'd that happen?
Yeah.
So if men have all of the power
Mm-hmm.
and men have all of the physical force, how are
Mhm.
women able to become how are they able to gain their ability to vote? How did that happen?
Am I a they? Am I invading America right now? That would be so embarrassing. Let's just put a they over there. And then she says that it's a men's world right now. And I gotta say, as long as we're doing feelings, it doesn't feel like it is. This went viral recently. I sent 100 applications as a man and a woman. It's much better being a woman. And that's not exactly science, but it is a lot closer than anything you said. So apparently, this guy works in computer science, and he took his CV and changed the name to a female name. And then he applied to jobs with his real name, waited a while, and applied with the female name. Out of 100 applications, his male name got 7 responses,
Shit.
and out of 100 applications, his female name got 40.
I mean that must be for DEI reasons, right? I mean it must be. The only reason.
That's
They're
600.
trying to like hit some kind of quota or something, right? Because why else would you do that? It's like you just need somebody for like that's good at the job. It doesn't make sense for you to.
That's never
limit
made
yourself.
sense. That's what we've been saying for a long time. It's never made sense. DEI has just never made sense. Whether it's male or female or different races, it just doesn't make sense. Pick who's best for the job. Pick who's going to do the job or show up for the job. About that.
Very much not in control. About this many in less than a year, and these on Instagram. This actually took 2 weeks. So do our feelings matter or just yours? Not that we need feelings when there are national hiring experiments that reveal a 2-to-1 preference for women. And here's a diversity study from LinkedIn saying that women are 16% more likely than men to get hired after applying to a job. 18% if it's a senior role. Doesn't feel like a man's world to me. What else you got?
I do not feel like men should be in control. I feel like the reason why we're in so many issues right now is because men have been in control.
So then issues come from men being
It's
in
just so
control.
weird to me
Okay,
that
so
people think like that. It's like, okay, when the country was made in the 1700s, 1800s, right? When America became America, who you think ran the country? Who you think built the infrastructure? Who you think started all the farming? Who you think started the agriculture? Who you think started the export and import? Who you think started the rule system? Who you think put the amendments in place? Who you think did all that? You think it was women? I'm just asking, just going off historical fact here. You can look it up in the textbook, you can read it on the internet. It doesn't matter which one you do. Unless it's made by AI and then somebody created it and posted it somewhere, you know. But when you look at it, who built America really? Infrastructurally. Like who physically built America? Like, yes, the other part of the puzzle that a lot of people aren't thinking about is that if the men built the infrastructure for America, who built the family structure? That would be the wife. The wife, the mother built the family structure, the loving, the caringness aspect of life that made us want to come home to said home, made us want to feel like that's a home because they let us have control of our home because they knew that we were working and breaking our backs to pay for said home. Hmm. And they accepted this and they accepted their role just like we accept our role, even though it's freaking sucks. I'll switch. You know what I'm saying? I'll stay at home. I'll take care of the kids and clean the house and work from home or whatever. I'll do that. You can go out there and deal with a warehouse full of people, full of grown people that act like kids. You go do that. You can have that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to figure this out. Like, what has been so bad? What has been so bad about this country that has been the number one in the world for a long, long, long time? That has the freest people in the world, lets you have the most freedom in the world. They're just the term of that is just the worst place for women to live. Women shouldn't live there. Men shouldn't be in control. Why? Give me a reason. Give me a somebody give me a reason in the comments. I'm I keep hearing this everywhere and I'm just confused. It's on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. Like I'm confused. I keep hearing the same exact thing, but the argument just is so bad. Like every single time the argument is so bad. It's so dumb. It's like oh my god. Here's the thing, right? Because if women did start running the world, women would change. Women wouldn't be women anymore. They would be men. They would act like us. They just wouldn't realize it until later. But they would start acting just like us. I mean, just like us. The way we act economically, socially, the way we go about our daily routines, the way we feel when we get home, they would do the exact same thing. Straight up. It would just be everything would be flipped. Except we'd be chilling. Just, annoyed because, kids can be a lot, you know, obviously. Like almost every day kids are a lot. We'd be annoyed, but we wouldn't be doing this.
There's nothing you can do about it. Men are stronger than women. It's too bad.
Our country and the system moving forward. So we can continue to keep speaking out, continue to keep sharing messages.
Please don't. Please stop sharing. And if not for me, then at least do it
We're
for the
literally
peace and security
over generations, over many generations, we have literally developed the skills and the assets to take care of our opposite sex. And over many generations, the opposite sex, women have learned how to take care of men. Now, in this past generation, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Something went crazy in the 60s, bro. Something went crazy in the 60s and the 70s. Because nowadays, whoa, it's crazy out here. It's like women want to be men, but don't want to be men at the same time. They want the aspects of being men that are good, but don't want the bad stuff that come along with that, like the loneliness. That nobody gives a fuck about your feelings or your situation at home. You got to deal with it and still put on a good attitude when you come out in the real world to deal with other people. At some point, we have allowed ourselves to be okay with this crazy these crazy meltdowns that happen in public at some point. Or we just thought it was funny and didn't do anything about it. Didn't say nothing about it. We're just like, oh, well, they'll figure it out. It's a crash out. It happens sometimes. But when you think about it, no matter crash outs you see everywhere, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot more of for some reason videos of females crashing out than males for whatever reason, and that's just YouTube. I don't know about the rest of the internet in other countries. It's really weird. Uh, but I do know this. I let it ride its course. I'm gonna let it ride its course because the only thing that's gonna happen is it's gonna fizzle out. It's just gonna die eventually. It's gonna shrivel up. Like the amount of people doing this is just gonna keep shriveling up until eventually it's just gonna go away, and we're just gonna go back to square one where all this started. So that's why I just be annoyed by it, but I'm like, I know what's gonna happen. I know what's gonna happen. It's just gonna take a while because it is either you're gonna have ones that the common sense finally starts working and they realize what's going on and that they could be living an easier life if they so choose, and they're not choosing that currently and they're going to choose that in the future. And then there's going to be the other half that just decides to be stubborn and decides to have a hard life their entire life, and then try to play the I'm so pitiful, it's the world's fault, it's men's fault, it's everybody else's fault. Why I ended up like this at an older age? When in reality, it's only their fault. They literally did it to themselves, whoever they are. Because guys do it to themselves too. Some guys just like after a bad relationship just decide that they hate women, and there you go. Some guys, a lot of guys, are just learn to be cool with living by themselves. Like it is pretty chill. I ain't gonna lie, but I do like it. But at the same time, the other part of me is like, nah, I like having, you know, people around. So it's like it's split. It just depends on you, basically, in your situation.
This is gonna, yeah, ground news.
Story comes with a quick
I feel like I should get this. This seems kind of cool, actually. It's really hard to like kind of tell because a lot of the mainstream news is kind of bullshit. Like on both sides, kind of bullshit. It's like really biased. So it's like, I just feel like this is kind of cool. Actually.
breakdown
I
that helps you understand
Come
the
on.
whole story and make sure you're getting both sides. One of my favorite.
I hate RNG. I hate RNG. I hate RNG. I hate RNG. I hate RNG sometimes.
What the heck? What the heck? What the hell?
I feel like after you hit a certain cap, you should be able to win that year. Like any race in that year, once you hit a certain cap, you should be able to win.
Ground news is the blind spot feature, which shows you what news
A lot of these are pre-recorded.
stories have been covered by one side.
Because you have to, a lot of times these are pre-recorded because you have to send them to the sponsor so that they can go over and they make sure like it's good stuff like that.
Political spectrum and ignored by the other. For example, here is a story about how Bernie Sanders is open to working with Trump on capping credit card interest, and there's 23 sources on it, and 89% are right wing. No left wing sources have covered the story.
And they're like, fuck Bernie.
Who cares what Bernie Sanders is doing?
This is why I like
Ow.
it so much. Because none of these like these people own it, you know.
Finds
It's great.
how ownership or political bias can affect the framing of a story. For example, a story about how a man was arrested after allegedly stabbing spree in Manhattan. That left 2 dead and 1 injured. This left-wing outlet says man arrested after alleged stabbing spree in Manhattan that left.
Elon owns X, yeah, but he's kind of like he treats it like a platform rather than like editorial. Like the news place doesn't do their editorial on it.
2 dead, 1
The difference is that anyone can post anything like within the law on X, whereas major media companies they don't have like a company-wide line.
Wow.
Obviously, like Fox News is going to be like more like a conservative leaning, and like MSNBC is going to be like more, you know, more left leaning.
This right-wing outlet says 2 dead, 1 critically injured in Manhattan as knife-wielding maniac launches unprovoked savage. I've been using Ground News since 2021, and I am just obsessed with this app. It is a great and easy way to stay informed. Plus, it really helps me see how both sides frame the same stories so differently. Best of all, for Black Friday, I am offering 50% off their Advantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all their amazing features. This is their biggest discount of the year, so go to ground.news/shoe, use the QR code here on the screen, or use the link in the video description down below, and subscribe today for only $4.16 repeating per month. I personally think what they're doing is very important because it helps approach the news in a more balanced and transparent way, and I feel like we really need that nowadays. So thank you, Ground News, for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. Right? And now,
I did skip it.
now let's get back to this election dissection, shall we?
No point in saying good morning.
Because it certainly is not one.
From blaming the American people to blaming Joe Rogan, the Democrats and the media are having a hard
I don't know why, but like the first thing I thought when she said that was, "Let's go."
time coping with their losses. I don't blame them. It was a pretty big loss. Embarrassing, quite frankly. Donald Trump overperformed in nearly every state, with basically every demographic, and the entire
Oh, God. Oh, look at North Carolina, bro. It's solid red. Holy Jesus. There's like two points of blue in North Carolina. The whole rest of the state is covered in red. Mm.
hate the Democrats? Yeah, man, that's a pretty common thing. If you're shocked that I'm right, maybe that's a sign you need to step back and evaluate some of the preconceived stereotypes you have of people. Not
Yep.
all of us are crazy blue-haired socialists. No, some of us are crazy brown-haired socialists. But for those of you who are here, hello, I'm Colin. The right wing, I'm Stalin. Again, the left wing, I'm Hitler. Fiscally far left, culturally centrist, socially retarded. But if you really must put me in a box, not
Yeah,
that
me
hard
too.
to put me down. I'm a populist.
Ew.
Think Huey Long was a 5'3" Italian New Yorker woman. Still did her hair and makeup like it was 2008. Put a pin in that Huey Long thing, by the way. It's gonna come up later.
That's true. She still does her hair like it's 08. That is true.
In the primaries in 2016, and I watched as the Democrats.
She's like actually like Democrat. She's registered. Deserves like vote for Bernie.
Party did everything in their power to destroy this man twice. So it's safe to say I am a little biased when it comes to the Democratic Party, but I don't think
I actually can't vote for. I can't vote Republican primaries because I'm not Republican. I know, kind of crazy, huh?
I've hated them more than I do right now. The truth is, my last video was way meaner and way harsher than the final product turned out to be. When I showed the video to my assistant, he basically had an intervention with me, and he was like, listen, you need to soften this up a bit. It's a few days before the election. You went too hard. Well, the election is over. And I'm sorry, River, but I'm going hard.
You can do that? Wait,
Yeah.
what?
That's cool.
It's a few days before the election. You went too hard. Well, the election is over. And I'm sorry, River, but I'm going hard.
Oh, she cracked her knuckles on her head. You do that. You do that. That's crazy.
You idiots. You morons. You imbeciles. Kamala Harris?
I like it when a girl says that stuff about me.
Really? That's who you threw out? Dropped out before Iowa?
Shut up, Bigfoot.
See, where's the democracy? Oh, big congratulations to Tim Walz on being the first white male DEI hire.
So true. So true, actually.
It didn't work. The DNC completely mirrored that guy, reduced him to this weird token white man.
Oh my God.
Football. But hey, men weren't the only demographic.
Dang, she's bad, dude. She's bad. I can feel it like coming through the screen. To be fair, it was kind of weird. They basically were like, she's the one now.
Off to the ball with. Made incredible games with women, too. Oh, and all those never Trumpers you tried to court.
Yo,
People
fire.
Old, respectable GOP. You know, the old, respectable GOP that led us into a pointless war that cost us trillions of dollars and millions of
True.
lives. But we're at least nice on Twitter. That GOP. Yeah, they didn't come out and vote for your ass either. So you got Liz Cheney to tag along for what? For fucking what? You raised $1 billion and ended up $20 million in debt? Where the hell did all that money go? Maybe you should have blown it all on celebrity appearances that did nothing.
I feel like the celebrity appearances were actually negative. I feel like that was just throwing, honestly. Like they used all this money, and I feel like it actually had the opposite effect. I have no proof of this. This is just kind of a gut check. But I feel like there were people that like vote that didn't vote specifically because of that.
Or maybe he was spending 6 figures on a single-use set for the Call Her Daddy podcast that didn't
Yeah,
even...
she couldn't even go on Rogan, man.
Yeah.
See, the thing I like about Joe Rogan, the Joe Rogan stuff, and like I really honestly I would have loved to see Kamala on Joe Rogan, because the format is like conversational, so it's not really like a fight, right? Like when you go like a debate, you're like going up against an opposing force and like another opposing force, and you're like basically like playing this game of trying to like undermine the other person's argument and then like swoop in and rug them. Basically, that's like the whole thing of debating. But the thing that's so nice about Joe Rogan is it's like a conversation. Where it's just like, oh yeah, like let me know what you think, and then like maybe he'll ask a couple questions. It's not really like combative. It's more like just kind of coffee talk, right? It's just like I like it so much. Primrose said maybe she was too uptight to show vibes on Joe Rogan. I don't know. I feel like it was a huge mistake for her to not do that. But I'm gonna be real. I don't know if it would have saved her. It was a risk. I can see from their point of view why they would say not to go on Joe Rogan because the Democrat Party basically has gone like so radical on a lot of things. Again, like just to illustrate like how this happened basically like Bernie was considered like the really like far out one, and now he's like kind of like the more moderate one, which is like it's pretty wild. Like they went so far, and you see like that the image of like the Elon Musk image we posted, like so basically the window like shifting so far that like Elon who considers himself like a liberal is like no longer liberal because like the entire like field has shifted, and it's possible that they saw maybe Joe Rogan as a threat because they shifted so far and he's like kind of more moderate. They could have maybe made a calculation that like it was a bad idea to like go on Rogan because Rogan is gonna ask questions. It's kind of his job and he's also just that kind of person. It wasn't gonna be like the absolute simping. Kamala gets like absolute simping. Like she goes on like any kind of like left wing thing, they just like suck her off constantly. So it's possible that like they were afraid of like any sort of like opposition. Maybe it was bad to not go on Rogan. Maybe it was a good thing. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. I think it's possible it would have saved her regardless, even if she went on Rogan.
Clean views. I want to see a full audit of this campaign because I wouldn't be surprised if it's more like a big money laundering.
Like, I mean, can we just be real, guys? Can we just be real? She was like not a good candidate. I know we've got liberals here, like that, like in the chat. Can we just agree that she was probably not the best choice? Kind of not a strong union. Probably a bad choice. It's like I said. I think if they ran somebody like a little bit more moderate, like honestly, like if they ran like Tulsi Gabbard, I think like they could have won. Honestly, it would have been much closer if they ran someone like that. The fact that they ran Kamala when she's like she doesn't really have a good record on anything. She has too many negatives, way too many negatives, right? Like there's too many angles of attack. It's like I said, like if you go back into like the what was it 2020 the 2020 election, she got fucking destroyed. She went on the debate on the that big debate show that had all the Dems on it, and she got fucking destroyed like on that stage. And like she was gone. Like she just already quit. She like FF like right away, and then she became like the I don't know why honestly. I mean I don't know why, but I don't know why she became the vice president. Doesn't really make any sense. You know what I'm saying? She just didn't really have like the skills. I think she got the position, ends up being vice president, and then the presidential candidate just doesn't make any like, dude.
Because honestly, that makes more sense than this being a legitimate presidential candidate.
All I had to do was find a comedian. Any comedian would have beat Trump. It would have been a counter because that is kind of like Trump's thing, is like relatability. I think so. It's possible. I think a lot of people just didn't like Kamala Harris. Honestly, it's just a bad play. Bad play.
Campaign. Then they had the audacity to beg their supporters for money after she lost. How about you? How about every DNC should have this map sewn onto the inside of their eyelids, meaning
they're not gonna get fired, man. They're not gonna get fired.
Never have a peaceful wink of sleep for the rest of their miserable lives. So that is how I feel about the whole situation. But what do Democrats and the media think? What do they think the Harris campaign did wrong? Why do they think Kamala lost?
Because her hair is so cute. Am I the only one that thinks that? It's like so cute. It's like so Pete.
I think Harris ran a really good campaign. There's one person I do not think this loss is Vice President Harris.
It's gonna be a long fucking video. The media this morning thinks Dems need to have a reckoning. No, we don't. We can't be blamed because we expected Americans to be who they always claim they are. Democrats don't have a messaging problem.
Ooh. Let's just keep losing, guys. Let's keep going. This is like literally, this is literally, hey, comrade, you drop me AK, we rush B. We rush cat, we rush cat, we rush cat. It's like, man, but like cat didn't work. No, we rush cat because they won't expect us to rush cat this time. And then they just keep going cat every round. Every round they get naded out, and 2 people dead, and then they just keep going. But every round, cat.
America has a racism problem. Kamala ran a flawless campaign in 100 days, and
Holy shit.
gaslight me into believing anything other than that. She lost because she's a woman. And I'm
Everyone, I have idea. We buy Tech 9, we rush cat. Again.
I mean,
we should save. No, rush cat.
really was historic. Flawlessly by campaign. Listen, I'm no political analyst, but losing seems like a pretty big flaw. Truly, don't overthink it. It's because she's a woman, she's a black woman. Don't overthink it. In fact, don't think about it at all.
Holy shit.
Lived up to our dreams. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. She ran a remarkable 107-day emergency campaign.
Hold on, where's my copium?
Kamala Harris was the perfect candidate, and she ran a
Holy shit.
joy, empathy, and unity.
She's unreal.
Joy, empathy, and unity doesn't motivate people to go to the polls. No wonder Republicans had incredible turnout.
You guys have to go Pokemon Go to the polls.
Now, when so many Democrats stay home, this is Steven's universe. You just can't, joy and empathy and unity your way out of not being able to afford food for your family. CNN has a story titled, Where the Harris Campaign Went Wrong. Nope, I won't read it. Harris ran a great campaign. The story should be titled, Where the American People Went Wrong.
Dude, you guys should be fucking pissed. Guys, if I were a Democrat, I'd be so fucking pissed right now. But I would be pissed at these people instead of at Trump. Because what the fuck are they doing? What? What are they doing?
La la la, I can't hear you. La 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 la, I can't hear you. It's not me, it's you. La la la. The cope is unreal here. They don't even want to listen to criticism. They really think they did absolutely nothing wrong. They only see this as Trump win and not a Democrat failure. Kamala Harris was not a flawed candidate. America is a flawed country.
Dude, the greatest, the funniest thing is, have you guys seen those videos where people, they walk up to, random people, who are you gonna vote for? I'm gonna vote for Kamala Harris. Oh, can you name me, tell me, what do you like about Kamala Harris? What is, one thing that she's done that you're, really proud of? And they're like, I don't know.
Incredible tweet here is from Shannon Watts, who is a part of Emerge America, which is an organization that quotes,
holy
shows
shit.
women how to run for office. Yeah, we're never getting a female president.
Joe Biden put a phenomenal president, but tell me the promise. What promise left that he could fulfill?
Guys, hear me out. Donald Trump should tell everyone for one day, during Inauguration Day, that he identifies as a woman, and then he can be the first female president. And the thing is that they can't even say anything because it's against it's their own rules.
Well,
it would be the biggest fucking troll. It'd be massive.
Figure if he could resign the presidency in the next 30 days, make Kamala Harris president of the United States. Whoa. He would absolve.
Wow.
That's not happening. That's why they were trying to impeach. That's why they were trying to impeach Trump, so Kamala Harris could be the president. That was the whole reason. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's the dumbest reason to impeach a president I've ever heard of.
Donald Trump beat both female candidates. Donald iron sealing Trump. It's not our fault the female candidates you're putting up are dog. Give us some good female candidates.
She said herself that she's office. Yeah. I mean, she's not just she's registered. She's registered Democrat. If she was able to vote for Bernie, if she's able to vote for Bernie in the primary, it means that she's registered as a Democrat.
And maybe people will vote for them. At this rate, the first female president is going to be a
There's a lot of good.
Mark my words, it's bound to happen. And if it doesn't happen, this was a joke. One of the groups that showed up over
I'm gonna watch your stuff.
was Latinos. One of the major stories of the results is the significance.
I would love to watch more. Honestly, I would love to watch more kind of liberal content that isn't fucking crazy. You know, dude. All I had. The other day I was getting ready because I was gonna I forgot. Right, I was gonna go get dinner. with my mom. Because my mom wanted to go get barbecue, so I was gonna go get dinner with her. And I was watching this video because I like watching like philosophical discussions. I've already said this like a million times, but I was watching. I was watching. What was his name? That's the guy. Bogozin. Peter Bog. That's him. That's him. Thank you, Bippity. Yeah. So I was watching the video. You know, there's like a video where Destiny debates, kind of debates Bogozin, but it's not really like a hard debate. It's more like a conversation. And there was a video I was watching of it, right? And so I'm watching it, and I have it like set up like on. I put my phone. I turn the volume up, and I'm like getting dressed, right? So I put the phone up like on the counter, and I'm putting my clothes on. I'm like getting my putting my gun on and stuff like that, and like getting dressed. And then my mom comes up, and she's like, "Lisa, what are you watching?" And I was like, "Nothing." And she goes, "Cringe. I hear Destiny." My mom knows what Destiny sounds like now, and she just calls me cringe like anytime I watch a Destiny video.
Base, to be honest.
So you watching Destiny again? Cringe. Like every time, dude. It's like I want to like hear like kind of other points of view as well, right? Because I'm interested in to know like what like he thinks about stuff, right? Because like even though he says a lot of like really crazy and like obviously like a lot of like hateful stuff, he's still like kind of a big player in the game, right? So it's like I want to like learn what he is. So yeah, again, I was watching like that specific interview. And it, honestly, like it'd be really cool. Like I want to listen more to like other people like this. So, I'm definitely gonna like check out her other stuff.
Surge in support for Trump among Latino voters. Trump nearly erased the Democratic advantage in this group, narrowing the gap from 33 points to just 8. Democrats going to build the wall.
Like I do appreciate that. Like he like Destiny is like kind of he's kind of utilitarian on some stuff. I do appreciate like the kind of at least somewhat even if the logic's like a little twisted sometimes it has like an actual like you can see like where it's going. You can actually see like the line of logic and like where the line of logic like connects. Whereas like a lot of like the times like people are like liberal people, like there is no connection at all. Like zero. There's nothing. It's just screaming. It's like a lot of screaming and like a lot of screaming and vitriol, honestly, which I don't really like. Even though Destiny does also have like, a lot of like screaming and vitriol, like he says a lot of like unhinged stuff, but when he's like specifically having an argument with somebody, it has like a sort of a connection. That's why I kind of like am interested in like listening to it.
50 times higher after that one. We have to have a very, very uncomfortable conversation about Latino voters in this country. Me watching him deport the Latinos and the Arab Americans after they...
So just to say it again, I don't watch only like right-wing stuff. I like to like hear multiple points of view on stuff. For everyone that's saying I'm like crazy alt-right or whatever, believe for him.
And Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, you Latinos that for Trump, I hosted mass reports. And you're entire. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up.
Yeah.
Dude, like the mask off during like this part was crazy. Like the couple of days after, just a full on like freaking persona like mask off is wild. Whether we're here legally or not, you gotta go.
I know for a fact that most Latinos for Trump
That's crazy.
have undocumented family members. So if you know of a Latino who voted for Trump, I urge you to call this number and report.
That what? That's crazy, bro. People are crazy.
So they were begging people to care about it for years. That's about right. Another demographic for people that overwhelmingly showed up to vote against Kamala were Muslims. In a Michigan-specific poll, the 502 registered Muslim voters, Stein got 59% support, followed by Trump at 22%, and Harris with a tiny 14% of the vote. The results show significant backlash to the Biden administration's handling of Israel's brutal war in Gaza, which has killed at least 43,508 Palestinians, including more than 16,765 children, as well as how the Harris campaign chose to tackle the issue. So how exactly
a lot of people
tackled that issue? Why, sending that old pervert freak Bill Clinton up to Michigan to talk down to Muslims about Palestine.
I understand why young Palestinian and Arab Americans in Michigan are...
Dude, every time I see this guy, I can't not see him in a dress. Like, every time I see him, I just dude, I see him in like a fucking zombie, like wearing a dress, like every time.
I think too many people have died. Since I get that. But
Muslims really
But
we hate you more than the guy that talked about a Muslim man. Just a side note, look at this fucking guy. It's like he hasn't had his daily dose of adrenochrome in a week. Someone get this man a fresh child stat. Muslims, Latinos, who else are we gonna blame? Ah yes, women. Yes, Trump improved with young men, but he drew in young women too.
Wow, look at that. 52% of all women who look like me are stupid.
Despite making abortion true.
well, you said it.
True. Most of all,
Say it out loud.
Harris only managed to get +8 with women. Despite it all, many women came out to support Trump, especially Gen Z women. In 2020, 30% of young women voted for Trump. In 2024, 40% of young women voted for Trump. In fact, so many women voted for him that women on TikTok started wearing blue bracelets to signal to other women that they were one of the good ones who didn't vote for Trump.
So we know who we can trust.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Anyway,
That's just sad. They're wearing blue beaded bracelets, so they know who didn't vote for Trump. That's what. That's stupid. That's just dumb. That's just. Well, whatever. You want to seclude yourself more? Fine. And they can't figure out why they can't get dates. Like these are the exact same people that can't figure out why people don't want to date them. Why they can't get dates right now. You voted for Trump? You agree with anything Trump said? Oh yeah, no, we can't be together. But I'm single. But he voted for Trump, so he doesn't count. I'm single. Like, why am I single? I don't know why I'm single. Okay. You judge somebody just purely off of whoever they voted for. That says enough.
Cancel all future plans with men. 4B is where it's at. Use their own stupid traditional views against them. Say that you don't want sex before marriage. Say that you are waiting. Oh no!
Here we go. And they think we care. That's the funniest part. They think we care. They think we're sexually dependent on women. Uh-huh. We don't need to have sex with women. We don't need to have sex at all. But they think we do. So they think we're just gonna throw away everything we believe for that. And it's not how that works. That's just not how that works. We'll let you sit there and be single. We don't care.
So for Donald Trump. Despite his personal beliefs, he says that Trump talks about the American people in a way that resonates with them, without, in his opinion, faulting him for his gender and sexual orientation. Yep. I'm a straight white man, and I feel like we take the blame for a lot of things. Of course there are bad guys, he adds, insisting that he's not one of them just because he voted for Trump. But what appealed to him about Donald Trump was that his campaign was not coming after us. He was highlighting the American people, which we are. It doesn't matter what color you are, what you may identify as. Since I wasn't excluded, I resonated with it.
It's kind of wild to me because I think a lot of liberals don't see this. They're like completely like blind to it. I don't, not liberals. I mean leftists. Yeah, there's a difference. I don't, obviously. A lot of leftists don't see this, so they have like fucking like tunnel vision, like blinders, like on the side of their heads, and like they're just like in permanent like TDS. That they don't see like this is why people voted for Trump specifically. It's because Trump wasn't doing this to people.
When you tell a young white guy, hey, you're an oppressor, and because you're white, you have privileges that your black and Hispanic peers didn't have, and you're inherently at fault, or you're guilty for that, which is what a lot of the left wings or Democrats are saying. We're not racist, we're not misogynistic, we're just normal people, and we are friends with everyone. We're tired of hearing a lot of this BS from a lot on the far left. I feel like there's this cultural frustration that young men have that they're not allowed to be young men. I hope the male loneliness epidemic eats you MAGA scum alive. I hope you feel a hole in your soul and feel unloved till your dying day. I hope that.
Nice.
Like,
Appreciate it.
Level of like.
You know how much we care? We don't. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Imagine. Imagine that.
Young men when they're literally not. Bro. Why are Gen Z males the Hitler youth? How do we get young men to get on board with young men?
Bro, they don't even know what the Hitler Youth even is. That's the craziest part. The ones saying all men are freaking the Hitler Youth and Nazis, they don't even know what Nazis were even doing. They don't know what Nazis were really like. None of us do. But if you know, do some history digging, you're going to find out what Nazis was really like. And guess what? Nazism did not include a lot of female rights. Hello. It's just like that's not how America is ran, is my point. But then we should vote for you. But then we should vote for you for that after saying that. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yep, that tracks.
Then it comes time to talk about men's issues, and this is how he did it.
But this is the part where I want to enter to male loneliness epidemic. I know. We're all tired of.
The entire idea of the male loneliness epidemic is it's this idea that really centers that feeling.
Here you go.
People are so hateful.
Mm-hmm. Look, it's the ones that hate themselves so much they have to switch teams, and then they realize it sucks on that side too. So then they have to now they're stuck.
Unpopular on the left to like give grace to the male loneliness epidemic.
You're a male yourself, so there's a reason that you know what to the problem. Yeah, you found the answer to the problem, all right.
You see the issue? You can't talk about this without having to walk on eggshells in fear of your own allies ripping your head off. Maybe that is part of the reason men are moving right. Also, I feel like this is really important.
And we're pushing all the weak ones out. All the ones that don't feel like they can be men anymore. We're pushing those men out, and they're becoming women slowly. Shh, don't tell nobody. It's just the way life rolls. It's the way evolution goes. It's the way life rolls and evolution goes. The weak get pushed out and the strong stay. That's it. And that's exactly what's happening with men. I'll be real with you. I'm just being honest. The weak ones are changing. Let's put it like that. And the strong ones are staying. The ones that can stand up for themselves, the ones that won't be simps, and the ones that will be, they'll have their spot. They won't be with us, but they'll have their own spot. We'll let those guys keep 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 those certain females busy. They keep trying to find simps. We'll let them find those simps. So then they get dragged away too. Evolution. The ball keeps rolling.
She makes so much sense. What is this? Maybe there's hope after all.
You could have disagree with them, but what's the problem going on those shows? I got vilified. I saw the Democratic establishment because I went on Rogan's show. Now a lot of other people are doing just that.
Anyways, liberals should start doing
I can't believe I'm on Bernie Sanders' side. Holy shit. I feel bad for him, honestly, dude.
podcasts and TikToks and whatever aimed at setting the youth straight. Ah, yes, there's nothing the youth enjoy more than being set straight.
We don't have the equivalent
Sure.
of Joe Rogan and
Right.
Jordan Peterson to move that man in a feminist direction. By the way, we should educate men that it's really
Why would we want to be moving in a feminist direction? Why would we want to move the youth and the youth men in a feminist direction? Why would we want to do that when we can literally see what's happening on the feminist side? It's it's absolutely insane. If you don't believe exactly the right things or say exactly the right things, you get booted out of groups, you get pushed out of areas, you get beat up and jumped. Like it's crazy. Why would we want to do that? The ladies need to get together that's leading the feminist movement, put their heads together and come up with a better plan and a rule set and a guideline. If you're gonna be a feminist, then you can't be acting crazy and doing X, Y, and Z. You know, you gotta stand for something. You gotta stand for something positive. You can't be out here having some feminists doing all this crazy mess and then others over here trying to be stoic. Like it's not gonna work. Everybody gotta be on the same page. Or at least lean in the same direction. At least like most guys are leaning the same direction. The other guys are, well, switching sides. You know what I'm saying? So
What did you mean, bro?
So you want to start a normal podcast and then start
Is that actually wine? It's like water. It's like water.
sprinkling
Hello.
propaganda? Should you even be saying this out loud? Dems need to seriously put all their money into creating propaganda networks to compete with the right's massive amount of profit.
Dems need to seriously put all their money into creating propaganda networks to compete with the right's massive amount of propaganda. I know. The lack of like self-awareness here is fucking insane. That is insane.
Democrats need their own propaganda machine, and I'm not even joking a little bit. First of all, again, I don't think we need better propaganda. It's some
He variant says, pretty sure Joe
Ow.
Rogan said that he did not want to go there to Kamala because Kamala would be surrounded by experts and a really controlled environment. Yeah, because that's not the format of his show, right? But he did say that Kamala was welcome to come over to his environment because, yes, exactly what you said. That he did say that Kamala was welcome to come over to his environment because it would be a one-on-one to this controlled environment. Yeah, exactly.
thing you should be saying out loud. Second of all, Democrats already have that.
yeah, why would we set ourselves up to be attacked?
Every institution, every piece of media, from movies to video games. Every celebrity from Beyonce to Taylor Swift
True.
endorsed her. She had Cardi B at all her rallies. She had the
Cardi B. What is Cardi B gonna do? See that right there was part of the problem. You had Cardi B at all your rallies. Yes. Yes, let's have one of the females that just rap about their private parts consistently show up at all the rallies. Nice, smart. Yep, real smart.
Endorse like Kamala, like a paid one where they did like a. Did they do anything like that? They did. Shit.
These like all over Twitch, TikTok, because they really do think the answer to all of
Damn.
these four podcasts.
Top Gun.
Large and dedicated audience. I've been using a Mac laptop webcam and a shitty snowball mic for over 10 years, and you idiots keep coming to
Sukuna and Bernie. I see.
back for some reason. And listen, it's 2024. Y'all have a camera and a microphone. Be the liberal Joe Rogan you want to see in the world. But the thing is, if people can hear your opinions when they turn on the TV, they're not going to watch your People tune into alt media to hear alt opinions. Even the most popular leftist streamers, like Hassan, for example, spend a lot of time criticizing the Democratic Party. So it's going to be hard to build some kind of like Democrat shill Joe Rogan. But I can't wait to see that after the election.
Dude, Joe Rogan doesn't even shit, dude. He doesn't even chill. These people that think that Joe Rogan is just like a hard, like a hard, like alt-right chill, have never seen an episode of Joe Rogan.
The only politicians I've seen who is actively trying to understand why people voted the way that they did is AOC. When I met her, I whispered into her ear, "Take the broadcast out of your body." And she did.
Wait, what? Was that really her? Wait, she got that done? What an absolute legend. What?
When I met her, I whispered in.
Honestly, like, dude, I gotta say, alright, hear me out, guys. Hear me out. AOC sticks to her guns. Alright, guys? Yeah, AOC's got hands. Like, even if even if you disagree with her, you gotta admit she sticks to her guns and she calls out the bullshit. She did. She called out the bullshit in the press. She said, guys, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but she basically says like, can you guys stop sucking off Kamala Harris because I know what you're saying in private. I know what you guys actually think, and you all hate her. So stop sucking her off. She literally said that. She said that. So like, I'm just saying, like,
to her ear, "Take the pronouns out of your body." And she did. By influence. Anyway, after the election, AOC found out that a ton of people voted for her down ballot, but also voted for Trump for president on the same ticket. Curious, she took to her Instagram.
Wait, really? Wait, really? They voted for AOC and then they voted AOC and then Trump?
To ask people why they did that. And these were some of their answers.
Oh, here we go.
Trump and you were both real.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That's the appeal behind AOC. Is she even if like you don't agree with like even if you don't agree with her and even if you think like oh it's just kind of like astroturf because like she was basically like installed or whatever even if you think those things she's way more real than like other Democrats basically.
Very simple. Trump and you care for the working class. But also you signify change. Trump signified change. I've said lately, Trump sounds more like you. We'll have to say you're both straightforward and challenging corruption for the government. Because Trump did that wasn't a lot. Something had to go.
She's my favorite big booty Latina.
The rest of TV and less established. Voted Trump, but I like you and Bernie. I don't trust either party establishment politicians. The replies, of course, were full of people like, these idiots, these morons, these fools, most depressing shit I've ever seen. These people sound dumb as hell. Such staggering ignorance.
Bro.
Give it up, voter. I hate the being voter. I want to
Honestly, I hope they do this forever. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I kinda do. No, because I think this is awful. I think this is awful for, like, society in general. But the little evil part of me, the little dark leaflet is like, yeah, keep doing it. Keep doing it and keep throwing. Keep rushing cat. Keep doing it.
Or the median voter. Why is the median voter this stupid? I hate the median voter. How could this be real? Americans really are the dumbest gentlemen on earth. This is giving me a headache. I don't understand the median voter. Listen, it's really not that hard to understand.
Part of me just wants to keep winning, you know? Part of me just wants to keep winning.
It's populism, honey. It's why when I went to January 6th, I told a bunch of boomers I was a Bernie supporter, a ton of them reacted like this.
So this time,
Empty soups that sound like a
Yup.
constantly
That's what I'm saying about Bernie.
from a script. They want someone to tell it like it is. Someone who fights for the everyman, or at least sounds like they do.
How are you feeling about Trump's upcoming presidency? Trump's here. I vote for him. Oh, you like AOC? Yeah. Did you vote for her? Yeah. Remember one thing about why people voted for Trump. They want change.
The average American voter despises the establishment and will vote for anyone who promises to destroy it. And the fact that none of you understand this is a big reason why you lost and will continue to lose until you do understand it. Habish, the beatings will continue for the populism improvements. How could people have voted for this felon? How could they vote for Trump, especially after January? How you do understand it. Habish, the beatings will continue until the populism improves. Until you do understand it. Habish, the beatings will continue until the populism improves. How could people have voted for this felon? How could they vote for Trump, especially after January 6th, where he led a bunch of his supporters to destroy that beautiful, shining beacon of hope? Well, first of all, you have to understand that that's not a shining beacon of hope to most people. That is a dirty, disgusting brothel that sold out the future of their children and will probably send them into the next World War. After all the indictments, the mugshots, the committees, the documentaries, people clearly don't care.
They really, dude. That turned a lot of people, I think. I really do. I think the fact that they went so hard on Trump and like they were getting him with like all this bullshit that like they would not in a million years like try to get anyone else with this stuff. Right? Like they were throwing everything that they possibly could, literally like grasping at straws to like try to put this guy in jail. Like, and the thing is like people see this and people are like, "Yo, that could be me." You know what I mean? Like that could be me. Like, what if it was me? If it was me, then like nobody would save me. I don't have the kind of money that Trump has, right? Like they could have done this to anybody. It could have been any of us that they did this to, and I think that really turned a lot of people off. Just towards like kind of like the Democrats because of that. It was very, very obviously like politically motivated like hits.
About January 6th. And that might scare some people, but the truth is a politician that promised.
And having people who were in the J6 crowd, good effective gulag, it depends on the cases there. Like I don't know like about a lot of the individual cases. There were a lot of like really bad things that happened at J6. Like let's just be real. Like there were a lot of people that kind of just walked around, didn't really do much, but there were people that did do like there were people that actually did attack people, and there were a lot of like forceful entries and stuff like that. That actually, let's you gotta see both sides of it, right? Yes, there were people that like didn't even do anything and like they got caught up in this. Like there's one in chat right now. My friend Saberwolf, he was just on a plane in that area. And, like, he got put on all sorts of fucking lists for, like, no reason. Just because he was on a plane in that area at the same time that, like, the January 6th people were there. And again, there's, like, a lot of people there that, you know, obviously there were people there to, like, peacefully protest. And there were a couple people that went there and, like, you know, they, like, walked around the Capitol Hall. Is that the best thing in the world? Probably not. But, like, I mean, let's be real. This wasn't like they had guns and, like, they went in there and they were, like, torching the place. You know, this wasn't fucking, this wasn't the fucking BLM riots, like let's be real. But then let's also be real and admit that some of the people did enact violence on police officers. They did. There were people that like hit police officers with objects. There were people that like forcibly entered into places. Like this is all real and true. I think the problem that people have is the fact that it wasn't even. The fact that like this happened and like the entire weight of the fucking law fell on these people. Safety. The entire weight of the law fell on these people. And then you had like cases, you know, just a couple of years ago of people torching entire fucking cities and like nothing happened. Bulldog says we put non-violent J6ers in solitary. Yeah, I would be against that. But again, I don't know the info on that. Bulldog, I believe it, honestly, if that is true. And obviously that's a miscarriage of justice if that's true. But what I'm saying is, I hear a lot of arguments, there's arguments that like January 6th was like, you know, it was like a full-on insurrection. They were like taking over the place. Obviously, it's not like what happened. And then like on the other side, there's people like, oh, it was absolutely peaceful. Like nobody did anything wrong. Like that's obviously wrong too, right? Like, am I fucking crazy for like? Am I crazy or something? Like, I don't know.
Eat and affordable food can do 100 January 6th.
Yeah, it was deadly because one of the fucking protesters got shot. She got shot in the fucking face.
Sixes. It's kind of like FDR said. Democracy has disappeared in several other great nations.
I'm just sick of people lying. Like, dude, I'm just sick of it. Like, everyone's fucking lying all the time. You know what I mean? Like, the media and, like, dude, they're just lying nonstop. It's so irritating.
Not because the people of those nations dislike democracy, but because they had grown tired of unemployment and insecurity, of seeing their children hungry while they sat helpless in the face of government confusion and government weakness through lack of leadership. Finally, in desperation, they chose to sacrifice liberty in hope of getting something to eat. Speaking of FDR, let's talk a little bit about the guy that FDR stole a bunch of his ideas from, shall we? Someone who the modern Democratic Party should probably try and learn from. That's right, I finally found an excuse to talk about my favorite politician, the man, the myth, the legend, the kingfish himself, Huey Long. Huey,
and I don't know why, but like, dude, the first thing that came, I'm telling you, like, dude, my mind just goes to like places, and I was like, in my head, I was like, Jesus.
Long was the 40th governor of Louisiana from 1928 to 1952. He was a populous member of the Democratic Party and rose to national prominence during the Great Depression. He took on big oil and Wall Street.
I'm so fucking stupid.
Helped lift Louisiana out of poverty. Long had many supporters and haters, and to this day is celebrated as a populist champion of the people, and at the same time denounced as a fascist demagogue. To give you a better idea of who Huey was, here are some quotes from the man himself. Corrupted by wealth and power,
I like the
government is like a restaurant with only one dish. They've got a set of Republican waiters on one side and a set of Democratic waiters on the other. But no matter which set of waiters brings you the dish, the legislative grub is all prepared in the same Wall Street kitchen. The only difference I ever found between the Democratic leadership and the Republican leadership is that one of them is skinning you from the ankle up and the other from the ear down. But Huey Long was
true. So true.
The man firmly had a side, and that side was the people. I'm for the poor man, all poor men, black and white. They all gotta have a chance. They gotta have a home, a job, a decent education for their children. Every man a king. That's my slogan. When asked if he cared about the bad press he got, Huey replied, all I care about is what the boys at the forks of the creek think of me. And when Big Oil threatened to leave Louisiana, he said, if they gotta leave, they can go to hell and stay there. They don't make politicians like this anymore.
I know.
Politicians used to be like mob bosses. Now they go on Call Her Daddy podcasts. Sad. Because of this, he was assassinated in 1935. His last words were allegedly, God, don't let me die. I have so much to do. There's a lot of talk online right now
That's
about
so sad, man.
Joe Rogan for the left.
Holy shit.
For the left. But there's also talk about how we need a Donald Trump for the left. And, well, Huey Long was exactly that. And to be completely honest, I don't think you people could handle a Donald Trump for the left. You couldn't even handle Bernie Sanders. Called him a sexist and a racist and did everything in your power to crush him and keep him down. But unlike Bernie, Huey Long wouldn't just lay down and take it. Huey Long would scare the shit out of the modern Democratic Party. But if there's anyone they need to take a lesson from, it's him.
I'd vote for that guy.
Alright, time to get out of this costume. I feel like an old bird.
Zaxby's Fingers and Wings in lemon pepper, garlic parm, and Nashville hot. Who's got the sauce?
At the University of Arizona Global Campus, proud to offer over 50 career-focused online programs to a fierce community of Wildcats from around the globe. Proud to be UAGC. Learn more at uagc.edu.
What are they putting in these eye drops? Bleach? Dyes? Limify doesn't actually have any bleaches or dyes in it.
Wait, really?
If you have a sec, I can give you the rundown.
This is Buick now. Buick, exceptional by design. It's all about you during the Buick SUV sales events. Get 0.9% APR and up to $2,000 allowance on Encore GX.
It should come as no great surprise that the
don't
Democratic
follow
Party,
in that
which has
box
abandoned working class people, would find that the working class had abandoned them, Bernie Sanders said in a statement about the results of Tuesday's election. While the Democratic leadership defends the status quo, The American people are angry and want change, and they're right. Will the big money interest and well-paid consultants who control the Democratic Party learn any real lessons from this disastrous campaign? Will they understand the pain and political alienation that
It's really simple. I want to vote for whoever I think is going to do the most good for people. I don't care if they're nice. This is like the common like issue here is a lot of people think that Donald Trump is really fucking mean. I literally don't care. Like if Donald Trump was like the biggest fucking shit poster on 4chan, I literally wouldn't care. I'd still vote for him if he's gonna do what's the best for like the most amount of people.
tens of
And preserve freedom.
millions of Americans are experiencing? Do they have any ideas as to how we can take on the increasingly powerful oligarchy, which has so much economic power? Probably not. All the groups that Sanders originally courted, young people.
That wouldn't really make him a good diplomat, though. You mean like Kamala? She'd be like a really good diplomat.
Latinos, the working class, are gone. And I don't know if they're coming back. Maybe this is a one-time thing, maybe it's just because of Trump or inflation, or maybe the meme is coming true. Maybe Republicans are the new party of the
No, I'm just saying it's like one or the other, right? Obviously. Would I prefer if like Donald Trump had a little bit more ability to like contain himself? Yeah, maybe. It depends on the situation. Maybe it depends on the situation. And honestly, I don't really care. Because even if he's a diplomat, like say like, like he's dealing with a foreign country and he doesn't speak nice to them. Like for instance, if he's dealing with like a foreign leader that is like hostile to us and he tells them like, listen man, I know where you live. I know where you live. Fucking kill you. And if he did that and like that actually like got us peace, then fuck yeah. Honestly, I don't care.
class. Democrats' working class exodus sets off reckoning within.
Yeah, he's done that by the way. He's actually done that.
The Democrats, who have long prided themselves as the party for the little guy, instead strengthened their emerging base of financially secure college graduates this election, while a growing number of blue-collar voters embraced Trump and Republicans. Especially alarming for Democrats.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I don't really care. I think that the tact and the presidentialness that like people want, like someone like Obama, for instance, that like kind of has like that kind of air of like the how do I explain it? Like it's like the presidential flair. Like people that have that. I honestly don't really care about that. The proper like presidential flair. I don't care about that. That's like that's not even secondary, not even tertiary. That's like so far down like my priority list. Like I don't give a shit honestly. Like I'd rather that they get stuff done that helps people. That's all I care about. If he's a huge asshole and he literally types in green text, if it stops wars, then I'm good. I don't care.
It stops what? Wars.
Help Trump make gains with Latino and black men. This realignment crystallized a political reality that is tough for Democrats to swallow. With blue-collar voters flocking away from their party over multiple election cycles, Democrats' refashioned base is becoming more upper-class, urban, suburban, and coastal. It's a narrow coalition that does not bode well for future election. To put things into perspective, the Trump coalition is closer to the Obama coalition than the Harris one is. That is crazy.
That's crazy.
Is wild.
What the hell?
That is what we call a potential party switch. And I don't really care about how many leftists.
I mean, a lot of people did switch over, right? Like Tulsi Gabbard on RFK, like endorsed Trump. There are a lot of people. Who else switched? Wasn't Cenk like even saying like, dude, these guys are crazy? Dude, if you guys lose Cenk, that's so bad. That's so bad.
Democrats cope about that. We have better union policies. We have better wages policy. Yeah, that might be true, and I agree. But we don't get to decide who the party of the working class is.
Yeah, Anna too. Anna was like, fuck this, yeah.
Working class does. And if exit polls are anything to go by, basic left-wing economic policy is still incredibly popular. People just hate the Democratic Party. White men without college degrees are going to ruin this country. First of all, white men without college degrees built this country. Second of all, you want to know how to do 2028?
She's a fucking strategist and she's saying shit like that? Oh my god, dude. How do these people get these jobs? I don't get, like, how does this happen? How did it...
Step 1. Stop listening to
Dude, if you're a Democrat, you gotta be mad. Like dude, this is malpractice. You know what I mean? Like you guys gotta be mad at these people. Like this is ridiculous.
freaks like this. The election, if
This
having
is
a
the
degree
reason
was a
why you guys are
requirement to
losing.
vote. And this is what the election would look like if everyone was allowed to vote. Oh wait, that's this election. I too hate democracy.
And I think Bernie Sanders is wrong. I think the more relevant question actually is what is wrong with America?
Democrats have a smug
Of
front.
course.
The day after the election, an NBC News chart.
It also reminds me of like from South Park where like they fart into a glass and then they fucking sniff it. It's exactly like what's going on right now with like the Democrat Party.
Circulated on Instagram that highlighted
Fucking
exit poll
ridiculous.
data showing that the more education you had, the more likely you would vote for Vice President Kamala Harris over President-elect Donald Trump. Some liberals used the occasion to look down upon the icky dummies who were too stupid to know they shouldn't vote for Trump. Yet Trump's victory was both definitive and diverse. He won broad swaths of the electorate, making significant gains in New York and California, and winning over larger percentages of Latino voters and young voters than in 2020. He also won a majority of first-time voters. Large factions of the left condescendingly believe that dumb people are the reason Trump won in 2016 and won again in 2024. And that patronizing and visceral vibe is obvious. It's a massive turnoff to many other voters. It is a mountain smug Democrats have to overcome if they want to reconnect with voters. Once, the coastal liberal establishment had an air of open-mindedness. But now, these elites have evolved into the provincial and narrow-minded scolds they once critiqued. All their
Fucking hardcore Democrat trying to not be like a pretentious douchebag fucking challenge impossible.
education has narrowed their views. Their credentialism has built themselves a bubble in which to hide from reality.
I have to do a few more rounds with this particular bill, but we can get those stats up higher. That was no, it's bad.
Houses, pave your roads, fix the plumbing in your luxury apartments. And guess what? There are more of them than they are of you. So maybe you people should start listening to them instead of wagging your finger in their faces as if disagreeing with you is some moral failing, because it's not. These people aren't all racist.
Like I said, I'm perfectly fine with the woke left that they just keep losing. I'm good with that. Keep doing it if you want. I would honestly prefer if, like,
Good
both
stats,
sides were
dude.
more moderate. I would prefer that. So it's not absolute fucking disaster like every 4 years. You know what I mean? Like, I wish it was a little bit more, like, less divided.
Nazis or whatever, they are normal people. They are the proletariat. They're who you should be fighting for. And they don't believe you are fighting for them. More importantly, there is a difference between being educated and being smart. IQ
I've heard for someone to balance the budget. Yeah, me too.
Books you read or how many words you know. A lot of
I hope that
Yeah, have a good night.
I hope that Doge just goes in like a fucking wrecking ball.
It's about pattern recognition, and boy, did I recognize some patterns here. Maybe you guys should have listened.